Chapter 372. Once they left the cave, spiritual aura and other messy auras rushed toward them. Tiange looked around. She was surrounded by overgrown weeds and tangled vines. The air was filled with miasma and the sky was dim. This carefree valley didn't seem special, but the messy auras made everyone frown. For cultivators, miasma was only a bit troublesome because they needed to protect their bodies with spiritual aura at all times. The worst thing was that it was mixed with filthy aura. Filthy aura was a kind of special aura that existed in the cultivation world. No one knew how it was produced, but this kind of filthy aura could indeed be found in some places. It could erode magic weapons and bodies, deprive magic weapons of spiritual aura, and cause living things to lose their vitality and die. The meaning of its existence seemed to be destruction. Cultivators in this world all avoided it like snakes and scorpions, whether they were Taoist or Buddhist cultivators, Confucian or devil cultivators. However, the spiritual aura in this carefree valley was indeed very rich. Tiange sensed her surroundings and thought to herself. This place was called a paradise in ancient times, and it really wasn't just for show. If it weren't for the devil aura, miasma, and filthy aura, the spiritual aura here would be denser than the spiritual aura inside her virtual sky world. Unfortunately, for the cultivators of today, it was impossible for them to expel the chaotic qi outside. They could only absorb the spiritual qi in this place. Thus, this paradise could only become a dangerous place. Everyone. Ling Yunhe was about to speak, but he suddenly frowned. The crescent-shaped jade knife appeared in his hand, and he made a defensive posture. At that moment, everyone except Ling Yunfei was on high alert. Ha! Ling Yunfei stared at them blankly, somewhat at a loss. There's a change in the situation. Ling Yunhe shouted and waved the jade knife in his hand, which shone like a silver moon. After Ling Yunhe finished speaking, Ling Yunfei finally realized that something was surging towards them like a tidal wave. He hurriedly shook his sleeves, and two flying swords, one big and one small, flew out of his body. Tiange's frown deepened. Among the 6 people, her divine sense was the most powerful. Although it was suppressed by the restrictions here, she could still clearly sense the situation around her. The thing that was rushing towards them was definitely not an ordinary spiritual object. It carried a heavy aura of filth. What kind of strange thing was that? The filthy qi was meant for destruction. If it was a living creature, how could it still be alive after being infected by it? Soon, more and more people in the group of 6 had their expressions change. They were all outstanding core formation cultivators. Even if their divine senses were a bit inferior to Tiange's, it wouldn't be by much. Fellow Taoists. Ling Yunhe cast a meaningful glance at Tiange and said, "It seems the situation in Carefree Valley has changed. Everyone should be careful." There was no need for him to remind them. Everyone was ready to fight. Among them, which one of them hadn't experienced countless hardships and dangers? Even Ling Yunfei, who looked the most immature, had a solemn expression on his face at this moment. 2 flying swords circled around his body as a precaution. As those things came closer and closer, everyone's expressions became more and more serious. They had already discovered that there were definitely over 100 monsters rushing towards them, and each of them had strength exceeding stage 4. With a buzzing sound, the jade knife in Ling Yunhe's hand flew up first and fiercely slashed at the grass. Meow! A huge lynx rolled to the side with blood oozing out of its lower abdomen and cried out in pain. Meow! Meow! Immediately afterward, many lynx leaped over the grass and rushed towards them. "These are monsters!" Young Qingji shouted. He spread his arm and a black banner appeared in his hand. The banner was embroidered with a ferocious ghost bearing its fangs. This banner was surging with devil aura, so it should be his natal magic weapon. The other people also noticed that these lynx's eyes were red and glowing, and their bodies were shrouded in black aura. They looked very frightening. Obviously, they weren't ordinary spiritual objects, nor were they monsters. They were mutated monsters. Brother Tian, retreat. Yunfei, stay in the middle and coordinate. Fellow Daoist Yang, fellow Daoist Qin, and fellow Daoist Tian Can, each of us will take a direction. Ling Yunhe immediately made a decision. The other 5 people didn't hesitate and immediately stood in the positions he said. Although Tian Jiqian was in the middle stage of the core formation realm, he was a cultivator from 5 Elements Valley and could be considered a formation master, so he was a bit weaker than ordinary cultivators in fights of magical powers. As for Ling Yunfei, he was the most immature among the people present and wasn't as steady as the other 3. Letting the 2 of them stand in the back was indeed a more appropriate arrangement. However, Mo Tiange couldn't help but think that among the 5 people, Tian Jiqian and Ling Yunfei were Ling Yunhe's good friends and younger brothers. Letting them stand in the middle, could it be considered that he was deliberately holding back his strength in case they turned against each other? If so, Ling Yunhe could be considered cunning. If not, why did he choose Tian Jiqian, a formation master, and Ling Yunfei, a somewhat immature brother, as helpers while inviting Yang Qingji, Tian Can, and her, 3 people who were both good at fighting and decisive, to go with him? Wasn't he afraid that they would be at a disadvantage if they turned against each other? In her opinion, Tian Jiqian definitely couldn't defeat her or Tian Can, and Ling Yunfei and Yang Qingji were also incomparable. Mo Tiange couldn't think of an answer to this question, so she shook her head and threw it to the back of her mind, focusing on fighting the enemies. After taking their positions, the 6 people began to kill the hundreds of demon cats surging towards them in an orderly manner. After Ling Yunhe's crescent moon jade knife left his hand, it flew up and down. Under his control, it immediately opened a bloody path in the crowd of demon cats. But when these demon cats smelled the blood, they became even more excited and pounced on Mo Tiange as if they didn't care about their lives. Mo Tiange frowned. Instead of taking out her heaven and earth fan, she took out Lord Daoist Jinghe's magic weapon, the flying sword, and also controlled the flying sword to kill the demon cats. As soon as Yang Qingji unfolded his ghost face banner, he heard what seemed to be the screams of ferocious ghosts. His devil aura swept towards the demon cats. Whenever his devil aura touched a demon cat, it immediately let out a sharp cry. Soon, they stopped breathing as if their vitality had been sucked out. Tian Can held a claw in each of his hands. Whenever a demon cat approached him, it would be cut down by his sharp claws. Of the 2 flying swords beside Ling Yunfei, the smaller one kept circling him, while the bigger one flew out from time to kill several demon cats. Only Tian Jiqian held a jade plate in his hand, paying attention to the battle in front of him. Mo Tiange glanced at the jade plate and saw the 5 elements, yin, yang, and 8 trigrams carved on it. It seemed to be a magic weapon related to formations. The cultivation levels of these demon cats weren't high, but they weren't low either. On average, they were a bit stronger than 4th-ranked demonic beasts but a bit weaker than 5th-ranked demonic beasts. Occasionally, a few demon cats appeared. Although they were comparable to 5th-ranked demonic beasts, they were all experienced core formation cultivators, so they couldn't pose a threat and were quickly killed. Soon, more than half of the hundreds of demon cats were dead or injured, and the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. Ling Yunhe felt something was wrong, so he frowned and pondered. All of a sudden, he thought of something. He immediately withdrew the crescent moon jade knife, took out the soul-restraining bead from his robe, and shouted, "Yunfei, go! Everyone, be careful. After these demons die, the filthy aura will drift away, and the filthy aura around us is getting thicker and thicker." Everyone was shocked to hear that. After sensing for a while, they realized what Ling Yunhe said was right. The filthy aura had almost surrounded them. Second brother, what should we do? Ling Yunfei took over Ling Yunhe's position and blocked one direction, while Ling Yunhe retreated to the center. We'll fight and retreat at the same time. Ling Yunhe said, fellow Daoist Qin, you and Yunfei will lead brother Tian and lead the way. Fellow Daoist Tian Can, fellow Daoist Yang, please bring up the rear. I'll be in the middle of you and use the soul restraining bead to restrain the aura and restrictions around us. The other 5 people didn't say anything. They quickly adjusted their positions and did as Ling Yunhe said. Although there were many demon cats, they weren't difficult to deal with. The worst thing was that after they killed the demon cats, the filthy aura on their bodies would spread out and surround them. Therefore, everyone quickly judged the situation. They couldn't kill the demon cats, so they could only repel them. This brought about some difficulties in carrying out their plan. After these demon cats smelled the smell of blood, they became extremely ferocious and charged forward without any regard for their lives. Although they were slightly weaker, they were in groups. They couldn't kill them, but they had to block them all. It was really difficult. The one who felt the most constrained was Tian Can. He was a martial cultivator, and every move he made seemed to be fatal. Facing this situation, he could only block them with his aura. Ling Yunhe saw through him. He sighed and said, Brother Tian, I'll have to trouble you. Tian Jiqian chuckled. Since I'm here, how can I do nothing? He walked to the center, raised the jade plate in his hand, made a hand seal, and shouted softly. A stream of spiritual aura was injected into the jade plate. The jade plate shone brightly, and the 5 elements, yin, yang, and 8 trigrams on it began to operate. Mo Tiange's eyes brightened. She could be considered half a formation master, so she could see Tian Jiqian was laying a formation. However, his method of laying a formation was different from those that required the assistance of formation discs, formation flags, and spirit stones. It was based on the changes of the 5 elements, yin, and yang around him. He used his own spiritual aura to create restraints to achieve the effect of a formation. It could be called a formation, but it was actually invisible. It couldn't be called a formation, but it could indeed achieve the effect of a formation. Therefore, formation masters called it invisible formation. Invisible formations couldn't be compared to some big formations. They couldn't achieve the effect of controlling the enemy, but they were more flexible. As long as they had a formation plate, a formation master could lay a formation at any time to form restraints. Being able to lay an invisible formation was a sign of a formation master. Mo Tiange believed her formation skills weren't inferior to most formation masters, but she still couldn't lay an invisible formation. In the end, her focus was still on cultivation. Although she had a lot of knowledge about formations, compared to specialized formation masters, her formation techniques were still a bit inferior. This Tian Jiqian came from the 5 Elements Valley and was already in the middle stage of the core formation realm. His fighting skills were very ordinary. It seemed all his skills were on formations. After realizing this, Mo Tiange realized Ling Yunhe wasn't careless in asking Tian Jiqian to go with them. With Tian Jiqian's invisible formation, even if Ling Yunfei was a bit inferior, the strength of the 3 of them together was not inferior to her, Tian Can, and Yang Qingji. In the end, the formation plate emitted a dazzling white light. Tian Jiqian shouted, "Go!" The moment he spoke, Mo Tiange sensed the spiritual aura in her surroundings stabilizing. An invisible defensive formation enveloped the 6 of them. Those cat demons suddenly felt as if they had run into an invisible wall. With one pounce, they were all sent flying. This way. Ling Yunhe raised the soul-restraining bead and pointed in a direction. The 6 of them didn't stop and flew away. Chapter 373. By the time they got rid of the leopard cats, the 6 of them were exhausted. With their core formation realm cultivations, they wouldn't be so tired. However, in this carefree valley, all kinds of breaths were mixed together. Although their cultivation levels didn't decrease, their strength was greatly suppressed. Mo Tiange looked at Tianji Qin, whose forehead was covered in sweat, and asked Ling Yunhe, "Fellow Taoist Ling, is this place safe?" Ling Yunhe looked around and nodded. "It's okay. Let's rest for a while." Ling Yunfei and Tianji Qin were both relieved. Ling Yunfei's cultivation level was the lowest, and Tianji Qin had to maintain a formation, which consumed the most spiritual power. As soon as they heard they could rest, they almost collapsed. Tianji Qin struggled to hold on and handed a formation plate to Ling Yunhe. "Brother Ling, please arrange this formation." Ling Yunhe nodded. "Brother Tian, just rest." He took the formation plate, skillfully arranged the formation, and called out to the other three people, "Fellow Taoists, rest too. I'll guard the formation." Mo Tiange and the other two people also felt tired, so they each found a place to rest inside the formation. Although they said they wanted to rest, they didn't completely relax. At least, Mo Tiange found vigilance in Yang Qingji and Tiansan's eyes. She smiled in her heart. This group of people was invited by Ling Yunhe to help. They agreed to help because Ling Yunhe had promised them certain conditions. However, it was also possible that they wanted to take the opportunity to enter Carefree Valley to find some spiritual treasures. She originally thought Ling Yunhe's two helpers were a bit weaker, so she wasn't so vigilant. Now that she realized Tianji Qin had this kind of skill, she was naturally very afraid. Tianji Qin and Ling Yunfei were Ling Yunhe's most reliable companions. Although Ling Yunhe had deliberately found three people with similar cultivation bases to them to form a balance and reassure everyone, they were not familiar with each other. Comparatively speaking, they were already at a disadvantage. Now that they had discovered that Tianji Qin was not as weak as they had imagined, they naturally had to be even more careful. However, Mo Tiange pondered. Just now, Ling Yunhe asked Tianji Qin to show his strength to intimidate them. After adjusting her breathing for a while, her spiritual aura was completely restored and her spirit was also much better. She stopped meditating and opened her eyes. She cultivated the art of the origin and also obtained Qin Shi's pure yang aura. Now that she had a small origin inside her body, she could continuously replenish her spiritual aura, so her recovery time was shorter than theirs. "Fellow Taoist Qin." Ling Yunhe's voice rang out in his ears. Mo Tiange stopped and turned around. Upon seeing Ling Yunhe walking towards her and sitting down next to her, Mo Tiange smiled and said, "Is something the matter, fellow Taoist Ling?" Ling Yunhe also returned a smile. He looked at her, and there was a sense of evaluation in his gaze. "Has fellow Taoist Qin's spiritual aura recovered?" Mo Tiange nodded. "So fast." Ling Yunhe stared at her for a long time. "Fellow Taoist, you really don't show your true colors." "Fellow Taoist Ling, please don't misunderstand," Mo Tiange said faintly. "I just have a special cultivation technique that allows me to recover my spiritual aura faster. In terms of cultivation level, I'm not stronger than fellow Taoist." "Is that so?" Ling Yunhe didn't ask any more questions, but from his expression, he didn't seem to believe it. Mo Tiange didn't feel like explaining. She took the map of Carefree Valley and looked down at it carefully. After a while, Mo Tiange asked, "Fellow Taoist Ling, you said the Carefree tree doesn't grow in a fixed place. Carefree Valley is so big, how are we going to find it?" Ling Yunhe smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, could it be that you've forgotten the characteristics of my cultivation technique?" Mo Tiange was stunned. "Fellow Taoist, you mean, your cultivation technique is very sensitive to the aura of spiritual treasures, so you're using it to search?" Ling Yunhe nodded. Since the carefree fruit is such a spiritual treasure, it'll definitely cause changes in the spiritual aura and the surroundings no matter where it is. As long as I'm within a certain range, I'll be able to sense it. I see. No wonder he never told her how to search for treasures. After a while, Tiancan finished regulating his breath and opened his eyes. Ling Yunhe nodded at the two of them. I'll also go rest. Fellow Taoists, please stay alert. Upon seeing the two of them nodding, Ling Yunhe turned around, found a corner, sat cross-legged, and regulated his breath. Mo Tiange and Tiancan didn't have anything to say. They just nodded at each other as a greeting and went their separate ways. At this time, Mo Tiange suddenly felt movement in her spiritual beast bag. She looked down and saw that it was the spiritual beast bag containing Feifei. The three spiritual beasts had all reached the 5th rank now. Xiaohua and Xiaofan were strong and could be of great help in times of crisis. As for Feifei, although it wasn't good at fights of magical powers, it had a special ability. Mo Tiange knew this trip wouldn't be easy, so she simply took all three of them with her. Could it be that something happened to Feifei? She quietly opened the spiritual beast bag but didn't let Feifei out. Instead, she used her divine comprehension to communicate with it. Feifei, what's the matter? After a while, Feifei's voice rang in her mind. Since they had a spiritual beast contract, Feifei could speak, so it was very convenient to communicate with her divine comprehension. Master, what's this place? The spiritual aura here is very strong. Mo Tiange said, of course. This is a paradise from the distant past era. Unfortunately, the world has changed and this place has changed. No matter how strong the spiritual aura here is, it's useless now. Oh. I found the spiritual aura here is a bit strange. There seems to be a lot of good things here. Mo Tiange was stunned. She suddenly remembered that in addition to calming its mind and coexisting peacefully with almost all demonic beasts, Feifei was also very sensitive to spiritual aura and could seek treasures. What do you feel? Is there the aura of spiritual treasures? Feifei was silent for a while then said, I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with these things, so I can't be sure. Master, don't close the spiritual beast bag. Let me sense it for a while. I feel the spiritual aura here is very friendly. All right. Since Feifei signed a spiritual beast contract with her, it had been kept in the virtual sky world and rarely went out, so its perception of spiritual aura wasn't that strong. With this thought in mind, Mo Tiange agreed to its request. A moment later, Ling Yunhe and the others finished adjusting their breaths and stopped meditating. The group was ready to set off again. Mo Tiange felt the atmosphere in the group changed slightly. At the beginning, Tian Can and Yang Qingji were a little careless. Although they kept their promise and listened to Ling Yunhe, it was obvious that they did not take him seriously. However, at this moment, they were much more cautious. Whether it was because he was wary of Ling Yunhe's group of three or because he had seen Tian Jiqian's methods, he no longer underestimated him. In any case, Ling Yunhe's goal should have been achieved. The two of them were shocked. As for Mo Tiange, she wasn't too worried. She had 3 5th-rank spiritual beasts with her. Even if Feifei couldn't fight, it shouldn't be difficult for her to protect herself with Xiaofan and Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Ling, Tiancan suddenly said, this carefree valley is so big. How are we going to find the carefree fruit you mentioned? Mo Tiange had asked Ling Yunhe this question in private before. Now, Ling Yunhe answered, fellow Taoist Tiancan, don't worry. We're still in the outer valley. The carefree fruit only grows in the inner valley of Carefree Valley. We still have several tests to pass. Is that so? Tiancan looked around and said doubtfully, the spiritual aura here is already shockingly rich. Moreover, We encountered those cat demons as soon as we entered the valley. If we still have several tests to pass, won't it be very dangerous? Ling Yunhe paused for a while, then sighed and said, if it wasn't dangerous, why would I pay such a big price to invite you to go with me? I might as well be frank. Each of your conditions isn't easy to fulfill. If it weren't for my nascent soul ancestor, even I wouldn't be able to get those spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures. Mo Tiange's gaze swept between Tian Can and Yang Qingji. She wondered what kind of conditions they put forward that even an elder of a big sect like Ling Yunhe felt it was difficult to fulfill. Speaking of which, her conditions weren't easy to fulfill. The grudge between her and Han Shiji was fine. Presumably, with Ling Yunhe's identity, Han Shiji wouldn't refuse her request. However, it wasn't easy to get the complete art of Sunu. Cultivation techniques and spirit veins were the foundation of a sect. Spirit veins couldn't be stolen or lost, so all big sects put all their energy into preserving cultivation techniques. Every sect, even if it was only a small sect with 100 or so people, had a library that stored cultivation techniques. Not only was it protected by formations and restrictions, but it was also guarded by high-level cultivators. Even the sect's disciples had to go through layers of security when they entered. Furthermore, they couldn't read books that were above their realm. Mo Tiange agreed to Ling Yunhe's conditions because she couldn't think of a solution. However, she didn't have much hope that he would be able to obtain the art of Sunu. Thinking up to this point, she felt she was at a disadvantage. Neither of her conditions could be fulfilled in a short time. It could be said that if she followed Ling Yunhe into Carefree Valley, she wouldn't be able to ask for something like a deposit. If she was unlucky and Ling Yunhe couldn't leave Carefree Valley safely, she would be empty-handed and wouldn't be able to get anything. In the end, she was too inexperienced. She had never helped others before, so she simply didn't think about this matter. Otherwise, if she asked Ling Yunhe for some benefits first, he wouldn't refuse. However, Ling Yunhe continued, fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry too much. I said before that I'm more than 70% sure I can leave safely. I wasn't lying. Our Juyin sect seniors have long been here, so I've already prepared how to break through these barriers. Tian Can took a deep look at Ling Yunhe, then nodded. I hope fellow Daoist Ling will keep his word. In the group of 6, Ling Yunhe and Mo Tiange walked in the front, Tian Jiqian and Ling Yunfei walked in the middle, and Tian Can and Yang Qingji stayed at the back. Tian Jiqian held his jade plate and observed the changes in the aura of the 5 elements around him from time to time. The sky in Carefree Valley was always gray. Mo Tiange raised her head and saw that the surrounding cliffs were towering, revealing only a small part of the sky. The air was filled with dust and fog visible to the naked eye, so everything in front of them was hazy. The 6 of them advanced silently. The chaotic aura surrounded them, so they had to constantly maintain spiritual aura protection to keep the filthy aura out. After a long time, Ling Yunhe finally stopped and said, everyone, we'll enter the inner valley from here. Mo Tiange stuck her head out to take a look and was shocked. This was a narrow valley entrance that could only allow 2 people to walk side by side. At the entrance of the valley, there was a crack. It was dark and looked like a greedy mouth that was waiting to devour passers-by. Chapter 374. This is. Ling Yunfei was shocked when he saw the crack at the mouth of the valley. He looked at Ling Yunhe and asked, second brother, how do we get through this? This crack was extremely wide and occupied the entire narrow entrance of the valley. Moreover, it looked very deep. At first glance, it seemed bottomless. Most importantly, the black aura inside was surging, and the smell of filth was especially strong. Mo Tiange looked up and saw cliffs on both sides of the mouth of the valley. The cliffs at the top were joined together, making the entire mouth of the valley look like an arch. It was really difficult to fly over. The filthy aura had a great effect on cultivators. The filthy aura that was emitted after the death of the lynx had already forced them to retreat. The filthy aura in this crack was more than 10 times denser than before. If they tried to fly over, they would probably consume too much spiritual aura and their strength would decrease. This was only the mouth of the valley. They didn't know where the fretless fruit was, so it was definitely unwise to take such a risk at this time. Ling Yun has said, with the soul restraining bead, we can restrain the filth. However, we still have to take some risks to cross this crack. What do you think? Tian Jiqian and Ling Yunfei didn't say anything. Yang Qingji snorted and said, fellow Daoist Ling, why do you ask so many questions? We're already here. What can we do if we don't agree? Ling Yunhe smiled. Sorry, I asked a meaningless question. He paused for a moment then said, I have a way, but it requires some risks. Second brother, if you have a way, just say it. We have to find a way to cross, Ling Yunfei said eagerly. Ling Yunhe glanced at him but didn't say anything. He opened the spiritual beast pouch on his waist, and in an instant, a strange aura rushed over. This is... The other 5 people's expressions changed. They saw a black and shiny vulture flying out of Ling Yunhe's spiritual beast pouch. Judging from its aura, it was already in the 5th rank. Its eyes were fierce, and its claws were sharp. A vulture spirit beast wasn't a big deal, but this vulture was obviously not an ordinary spirit beast. Its body was filled with a heavy aura of death. Fellow Taoists, this is a vulture I found in the Western barbarians by accident. In the Western barbarians, regardless of whether it was a mortal or a cultivator, they would be given a sky burial after death, and their corpses would be swallowed by vultures. This vulture might have eaten too many corpses and mutated. It's full of death aura, but it's still able to survive. Death aura. Mo Tiange had suffered greatly because of it before. Several dozen years ago, when she was still in the middle stage of the foundation building realm, she accidentally went to the northernmost area of the celestial pole and met Jiang Shanghang, who saved her in Yunhui sect. From there, she got to know a group of Jingfa sect cultivators. That Jingfa sect cultivator, Ren Yufeng, obtained a stone tablet from an ancient divine temple. Because of that, she cultivated a strange aura of death, which almost caused her to die in Linhai's Bishuan court. There were a lot of strange things about this matter because dead aura could only exist on dead people. Logically speaking, it was difficult for living people to escape death once they were contaminated with dead aura. She and several Bishuan court cultivators, who were slightly contaminated with dead aura, had to spend a very long time to get rid of it. She couldn't understand this matter. Later, when she brought that stone tablet back to Xianqing school, Lord Daoist Jinghe felt it was strange, so he asked for it to study. Later, she forgot to ask him about it. Now, she saw a vulture with dead aura all over its body. This vulture's situation was different from Ren Yufeng's. When Ren Yufeng was covered in dead aura, he almost turned into a skeleton. He couldn't be considered a person at all. However, this vulture was living too well. Its fur was glossy and smooth, and it looked vigorous and strong. Regarding filthy aura, I once asked my group's nascent soul seniors for advice. This aura can corrode the body and slowly make living things lose their vitality. Dead aura is the same. Therefore, dead aura can also be considered a kind of filthy aura. Fellow Daoist Ling is right. Yang Qingji suddenly said, we devil cultivators know more about these things than you do. Filthy aura isn't limited to dead aura, but we consider dead aura to be a kind of filthy aura. Tian Jiqian was puzzled. What does this have to do with the matter at hand? Brother Ling, do you want to let your spiritual beast fly over? But that still can't solve our problem. Yang Qingji cast a glance at him then said, I'm guessing fellow Daoist Ling wants us to hide in the dead aura to muddle our way through, right? Ling Yunhe nodded and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Yang is right, that's exactly what I mean. Second brother, this is very dangerous, isn't it? Ling Yunfei looked at the vulture with a vigilant expression. We're trapped in dead aura. What's the difference between being surrounded by filthy aura and being surrounded by dead aura? The difference is that this is my spiritual beast. Ling Yunhe stroked the vulture's head. When he reached out his hand, the vulture didn't resist at all. It even opened its mouth and let out a cry, rubbing his hand as if it was acting like a spoiled child. Mo Tiange discovered that the vulture's dead aura seemed to have no effect on Ling Yunhe. When he reached out his hand, the dead aura automatically moved away. Was it because he was the vulture's master? Everyone, rest assured. I can control this dead aura at will and make it form a circle around us without harming us. As long as you're a bit more careful, you can pass through it easily. Ling Yunhe's voice trailed off, but no one responded. A middle-stage core formation cultivator with a 5th-rank spiritual beast could be considered a great help. In a fight of magical powers, the spiritual beast could suppress cultivators in the same realm as him. However, this spiritual beast also had a unique dead aura, so everyone couldn't help but be afraid. Mo Tiange finally realized that Ling Yunhe boldly invited the 3 of them because he had something to rely on. In terms of strength, she, Tian Can, and Yang Qingji were naturally stronger than Tian Jiqian and Ling Yunfei. However, with the help of Tian Jiqian's invisible formation and this dead aura spiritual beast, Ling Yunhe's strength was far beyond their imagination. Mo Tiange sighed inwardly. This Ling Yunhe was famous. He was one of the genius disciples of Zhuyan sect, the #1 sect in Yunzhong. His status in the sect was so high that he shouldn't be inferior to Qin Shi's. How could a cultivator like him be weak? Tian Can and Yang Qingji naturally also thought of what she could think of, but they were more afraid of the method Ling Yunhe proposed. The spiritual beast belonged to Ling Yunhe alone. If they agreed, they would be surrounded by the dead aura. At that time, their lives would be in Ling Yunhe's hands. Cultivators cherished their lives. How could they put their lives in someone else's hands? Whether it was Mo Tiange, Tian Can, or Yang Qingji, none of them were willing. Tian Jiqian and Ling Yunfei didn't say anything. Tian Jiqian looked a bit hesitant. Ling Yunhe was his good friend, so he trusted him to a certain extent. However, this was an extraordinary matter, so he couldn't make a decision immediately. As for Ling Yunfei, he still looked a bit confused. He looked at Ling Yunhe then looked at the others. The 6 of them were in a deadlock for a while. Ling Yunhe stared at them, patiently waiting for their answer. After a while, Tian Can spoke. His voice was sharp and his tone was even worse. Fellow Daoist Ling, why didn't you tell us about this before you left? Could it be that Your Excellency is waiting for us to enter Carefree Valley and have no choice but to agree? Ling Yunhe said calmly, if I told you, would fellow Daoist Tian Can agree to come? Of course not. Tian Can's tone was resolute. If that was the case, I wouldn't agree no matter what condition fellow Daoist Ling proposed. That's right. Ling Yunhe said faintly, I was indeed worried you wouldn't agree, so I didn't tell you beforehand. This matter is very important to me. Time is too tight. If any of you are unwilling to come, I'm afraid our trip to Carefree Valley will be in vain. Humph. Yang Qingji said coldly, we can also turn hostile now. Does fellow Daoist Ling think you can force us to participate? Facing Yang Qingji's fierce attitude, Ling Yunhe sighed and said, fellow Daoist Yang, you're overthinking it. What I did wasn't honorable, but I didn't mean to offend you. Fellow Daoist Qin is fine, but fellow Daoist Yang, fellow Daoist Tian Can, I've already paid a spiritual treasure for your help. If I wasn't sincere, why would I do this? But you did this, everyone. Ling Yunhe interrupted Yang Qingji and said, the reason why I did this is because I hope you'll reconsider. If I told you beforehand, you most likely wouldn't consider it and would have decided to withdraw. In that case, time would be too tight, and it would be difficult for me to find more people. Now that we're already in Carefree Valley, it'll be difficult for us to go back. I hope you'll reconsider. I've already paid the price. Is it necessary to hurt you at this time? Still, no one spoke. What Ling Yunhe said wasn't unreasonable, but the three of them still looked unsightly. Taking risks was one thing, but being schemed against was another. They weren't afraid of risks, they were angry at being schemed against. It wasn't that Ling Yunhe couldn't be trusted, but core formation cultivators all had their own pride. Brother Ling, you. Tian Jiqian also sighed. If you told me beforehand, based on our many years of friendship, how could I not agree? Why did you hide it from me? Ling Yunhe was stunned. He turned to look at Tian Jiqian and said apologetically, Brother Tian, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but I didn't mean to harm you. Of course I know that. Tian Jiqian paused for a while and said, no matter what, I'll go in with you. Ling Yunhe smiled. I knew you, second brother, I don't need to say anything, Ling Yunfei said, I've always listened to you, and I'll do the same today. Ling Yunhe nodded, but he still turned to the three of them. He thought for a while and said, how about this? We're not in a hurry, so we can rest for half a day at the entrance of the valley. How about you use this time to think about it? As long as you continue to help me enter the inner valley, I'll give each of you a bottle of vital peace pills in addition to the conditions I promised before as repayment. Even if you don't agree, you can leave the valley on your own. I won't stop you, and I won't ask for the spiritual treasure I gave you before. Chapter 375. Vital Peace Pill. Mo Tiange didn't know what it was, but Yang Qingji's eyes lit up the moment he heard what Ling Yunhe said. Even Tian Jiqian and Ling Yunfei looked towards Ling Yunhe. Ling Yunhe smiled and said nothing. Mo Tiange hesitated for a moment then asked, fellow Daoist Ling, what's an intrinsic peace pill? Ling Yunhe paused for a moment and said with a smile, apologies, I forgot that fellow Daoist Qin isn't from Cloud Midst. I believe you also haven't heard of my Juyin Sex Essence Peace Pill. This pill is one of the high-grade pills of my Juyin sect. It can be used to break through bottlenecks. Of course, it's not guaranteed to be effective. I see. Ling Yunhe didn't say much, but based on the expressions of Yang Qingji and the others, it wasn't difficult for Mo Tiange to guess that this essential peace pill must be a very rare and precious medicinal pill, which was why it could make disciples from famous cultivation groups like Yang Qingji so envious. Ling Yunfei looked at her and explained with a smile, fellow Daoist Qin, our Juyin sect's vital peace pill is a famous elixir in Yunzhong. Even us inner sect disciples find it hard to obtain it, much less outsiders. He looked at Ling Yunhe with a face full of envy. If it wasn't for the fact that my second brother is deeply favored by the patriarch, I'm afraid he would be like me, waiting for a few years to get a few, really. Ling Yunfei was already a core formation cultivator, so he could be considered an elder in the Juyin sect. However, he could only wait for a few pills. It seemed like these pills were indeed very precious. Ling Yunhe had really gone all out this time. A pill that can help one break through bottlenecks. Tian Can asked. He looked at Ling Yunhe and asked, fellow Daoist Ling, is this true? That's right. Ling Yunhe raised his eyebrows. Daoist Tian Can has never heard of the vital peace pill. Tian Can said indifferently, I've always lived in seclusion in a desolate place and rarely go out. I'm not clear about the affairs of Eastern Tang. I see. Ling Yunhe pointed to an empty space at the side and said, everyone, go and take a rest. There's no rush to make a decision. Seeing that Ling Yunhe had finished setting up the defensive array formation, the others hesitated for a moment before going back to rest. Mo Tiange noticed that the hostile atmosphere had become a lot more peaceful, so she cast a meaningful glance at Ling Yunhe. This person could not be underestimated. If one were to say that he was magnanimous, he would also play tricks. If one were to say that he was sinister, he would offer very generous terms. Just as Ling Yunhe had said, if he had explained everything clearly beforehand, there was an 80% chance that the group would have dispersed before they could even enter Carefree Valley. After all, to these people, no one was willing to put their lives in the hands of others, no matter how generous the conditions were. But now, they had all entered the Carefree Valley and were at the entrance of the inner valley. It would not be easy for them to leave even if they wanted to. Thus, the conditions that they could accept were slightly more relaxed. And Ling Yunhe agreed to give out the Origin Peace Pill at this time. After discovering that he had been hiding something, the others were originally very dissatisfied and might very well leave in a huff. However, after hearing his promise, they calmed down. Even if someone were to leave in the end, they probably wouldn't bear any grudges against him. Mo Tiange sighed inwardly. A magnanimous person was worth befriending, but it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the immortal cultivation world. A clever person could mingle with wind and water, but people would respect him from afar. And this Ling Yunhe seemed to be in between the two, making people unable to be angry or happy. However, it was undeniable that if a person like him could really become the head of Juyan's sect, he would probably have a very good life. Fellow Daoist Qin. A person was sitting cross-legged in the corner, thinking about her own matters, when she suddenly heard an ear-piercing voice. Mo Tiange turned her head and found that it was Tian Can. Aside from the fight they had before, she had no contact with Tian Can during this trip. She didn't know why Tian Can was talking to her now. Fellow Daoist Tian Can, what's the matter? Tian Can looked around and sat down not far from her. With a wave of his hand, he laid a soundproof barrier and said faintly, "What do you think about this?" Mo Tiange was stunned. Fellow Daoist Tian Can, are you asking me what I plan to do? Yes. Tian Can nodded and looked at her with his only exposed eyes. Ling Yunhe is indeed cunning, but he's also sincere. Since he has agreed to those conditions, we should be safe before he obtains the fretless fruit. However, it's hard to say whether he'll turn against us or not. Mo Tiange didn't speak for a long time. Tian Can couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Daoist Qin, what do you think?" Mo Tiange thought, they don't seem to be familiar with each other, right? These words seem to be too sincere. But he seems to be seriously discussing with me, so it seems a bit unreasonable to say that. She thought for a while and said, "What about fellow Daoist Tian Can? What's your decision?" Tian Can said, "I just can't decide. To tell you the truth, the thing Ling Yunhe promised me is very important to me. If I have it, my future cultivation path will be much smoother. It could be said that taking a certain amount of risk for this item was worth it. But..." He paused and glanced at the others. Ling Yunhe was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the formation, adjusting his breath with his eyes closed. His spiritual beast, the vulture, was perched on his shoulder, staring ahead fiercely and glancing at the others from time to time. Ling Yunfei and Tian Jiqian seemed to be chatting. Tian Can laid a soundproof barrier around them, so they couldn't hear each other. As for Yang Qingji, he was leaning against the mountain wall with his arms crossed. He seemed to be thinking about something. "There must be something wrong," Tian Can said. "Fellow Daoist Qin, please take a look. The three of us invited by Ling Yunhe aren't mediocre. On the contrary, Tian Jiqian and Ling Yunfei are far weaker than us. Tian Jiqian is a formation master, but what about Ling Yunfei? Could it be that Ling Yunhe, as a candidate for the head of Zhouyan's sect, has a good relationship with many people and can't find a stronger companion? Even if the Ling clan doesn't have one, Zhouyan's sect must have one, right? Mo Tiange said. He said this matter involves the interests of various cultivation groups in the sect and disputes between clans, so it's not good to invite martial brothers who have a good relationship with us. Tian Can showed a hint of mockery in his eyes. Is that true? Yun Zhong isn't. He paused halfway through his sentence before continuing. The number one sect in Yun Zhong lives up to its name. They have more than 10 nascent soul cultivators and more than 100 core formation cultivators. How could they not be able to find a decent helper? From what Ling Yunfei said, Ling Yunhe is very favored by the nascent soul ancestor of the Ling clan. For the sake of his beloved grandson and the benefit of the alliance, even if he doesn't care, other people won't care, right? Mo Tiange lowered her gaze and kept smiling. Her expression didn't change at all. Tian Can blinked and continued to ask, fellow Daoist Qin, can you at least tell me something? Mo Tiange looked up and asked, what is it? What do you think about this matter? Mo Tiange sighed and said, I want to know who you are, fellow Daoist Tian Can. Tian Can was stunned and his eyes became fierce. What do you mean, fellow Daoist Qin? Mo Tiange said faintly, first of all, aren't you afraid that I have a friendship with Ling Yunhe and will pretend not to know him so I can pin down other people? Tian Can narrowed his eyes and stared at her without saying anything. Mo Tiange continued, second, even if you're sure I have nothing to do with Ling Yunhe and we don't have any friendship, you shouldn't say these things to a stranger, right? Tiansan's hands were clenched. Finally, what's the point of saying these things to me, fellow Daoist Tian Can? Do you think you'll believe whatever I say? After listening to her, Tian Can stared at her without moving or saying anything for a long time. Mo Tiange just smiled. In other people's eyes, they were just chatting and didn't have any dispute. After a while, Tian Can finally let go of her. He looked at Mo Tiange and said calmly, now isn't the time to tell you who I am. Just like fellow Daoist Qin, you also concealed your background. However, I can be frank with you. I said these things to you because I want to find a temporary companion. It's better than taking risks alone. Mo Tiange raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, why me? Fellow Daoist Yang is also good. Although he's only in the early stage of the core formation realm, his strength doesn't seem inferior to ours. Tian Can shook his head, stared at his hands and said faintly, fellow Daoist Yang is a devil path cultivator and the disciple of one of the 3 devil monarchs. I don't want to have any entanglement with him. Besides, fellow Daoist Qin's strength surpasses ordinary middle stage core formation cultivators. She's stronger than fellow Daoist Yang. But I'm a female cultivator. Mo Tiange looked at him with a smile. Generally speaking, even if there's a gap between the middle stage and the early stage, I'd still think it's safer to choose a male cultivator, right? Of course, she didn't think she was weaker than male cultivators. However, it was a common phenomenon in the cultivation world to value men over women. Even if the cultivation level of male cultivators was slightly lower, they'd still think male cultivators were more reliable because male cultivators were more decisive in handling matters. In a life-or-death situation, male cultivators could perform better. Upon hearing her question, Tian Can glared at her angrily. So what if she's a female cultivator? Is fellow Daoist Qin also someone who belittles himself? Mo Tiange was a little surprised by his anger, but she didn't get angry. She just shook her head and reminded him, fellow Daoist Tian Can, if your behavior is suspicious, I won't dare to form an alliance with you. Tian Can was stunned by her words, but he slowly calmed down. When he completely calmed down, Tian Can said, on our way here, I've observed fellow Daoist Qin's behavior. She's no worse than male cultivators. Fellow Daoist Yang, on the other hand, has an extraordinary identity, so I don't want to have anything to do with him. There are 6 of us in total, and those 3 are in the same group. That being the case, I don't have any other choice. Mo Tiange nodded, accepting his explanation. She thought for a while then said, fellow Daoist Tian Can, does that mean you're going to agree to Ling Yunhe's offer and continue taking risks? Tian Can nodded. Yes. I have to say Ling Yunhe's very powerful. Since we're already here, even if he wants us to leave on our own, we still have to consider whether we can leave safely or not. On second thought, he offered us such a generous reward, which is very tempting. Moreover, he has no reason to harm us at this time, so it's worth a gamble. But there's a risk after this, right? Mo Tiange continued, according to fellow Daoist's inference, after we find the carefree fruit, they might turn hostile. Exactly. This is the reason why I want to form an alliance with fellow Daoist Qin. Tian Can stared at Ling Yunhe, who was still meditating, with deep fear in his eyes. Chapter 376. It was impossible for the other 4 to not know that the 2 of them had set up a soundproofing barrier, but they all turned a blind eye to it. It was normal for a group of unfamiliar people to take risks together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. Mo Tiange, on the other hand, was tapping the heaven and earth fan in her hand again and again. She seemed to be contemplating and didn't answer. Tian Can seemed to be a little impatient with her knocking. He couldn't help but ask, fellow Daoist Qin, do you need to think for so long? Mo Tiange raised her head and smiled at him. It's a matter of life and death, so I naturally have to consider it carefully. For the last time, the heaven and earth fan knocked on the palm of her hand, and she clenched it tightly. All right, if an accident really happens, as long as fellow Daoist Tian can abide by the agreement at this moment, I will stand on the same side as you. After a pause, she raised her eyebrows and emphasized, however, fellow Daoist Tian Can, the premise of all of this is that Ling Yunhe doesn't keep his promise. We're only here to protect ourselves. If fellow Daoist has other motives, don't blame me for not lending a helping hand. Tian Can was stunned. He looked at her deeply and nodded. Of course. After a while, Ling Yunhe finally opened his eyes. He looked at Yang Qingji with a smile, then turned towards Mo Tiange and Tian Can. Fellow Daoists, have you decided? At that moment, Yang Qingji was still lost in thought. Tian Can and Mo Tiange had already removed the soundproof barrier and were meditating with their eyes closed. Yang Qingji was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at the vulture on his shoulder, he said, I want to see the origin piece pill first. Ling Yunhe nodded. Of course. He then turned towards Mo Tiange and Tian Can. What about fellow Daoists? Tian Can was the first to say, that's true. Ling Yunhe looked at Mo Tiange. Upon seeing her calm expression, he smiled and said, it seems fellow Daoist Qin also agreed. Mo Tiange sighed helplessly. She didn't like Ling Yunhe's smile right now. This person was frank and cunning, but cunning and kind at the same time. He always looked like he had everything under control. When he smiled like this, there was an 80% chance that things were going as he wished. However, she extended a finger and shook it at Ling Yunhe. Fellow Daoist Ling, there are some things that we need to make clear first. The conditions that you promised before can only be fulfilled after the fact. If you fall out with me afterwards, I won't be able to reason with you. As for the other 2 fellow Daoists, they seem to have received a portion of the rewards that they had set. That's easy. Without hesitation, Ling Yan took something out of his Qianquan bag and tossed it to Mo Tiange. With this, Juyan's sect must do something for fellow Daoist, no matter how difficult it is. Before I complete this task for fellow Daoish Qin, I will leave this item in your care for the time being. Mo Tiange took the toy. This was an ordinary-looking wooden plaque that was no more than 2 inches in length and width. There were no decorative patterns on it, only a faint spiritual light. Based on Mo Tiange's experience, this should be a special talisman. Moreover, it was the kind that was passed on secretly. Its aura was very ancient, and it must have been passed down for at least several thousand years. Returning Kindness Medallion. Once Ling Yunfei saw this object, his expression immediately changed. He stared fixedly at the wooden tablet in Mo Tiange's hand. Mo Tiange was astonished. She cast a glance at Ling Yunfei, then waved the wooden tablet at Ling Yunhe. Does this have any special significance? After his astonishment, Ling Yunfei's expression quickly returned to normal. He said to Mo Tiange solemnly, "This is our Juyan sect's Returning Kindness Medallion. The holder of this object is our Juyan sect's guest elder. With this object in hand, our Juyan sect's disciples are not allowed to harm a single hair on their head. Moreover, they can request Juyan sect to do one thing for them. As long as it doesn't harm the sect's interests, they must complete it no matter how difficult it is." He looked at Ling Yunhe with a complicated expression. "In our entire Juyan sect, there are only 3 pieces of this object. I didn't expect one of them to be in second brother's hands." Returning Kindness Medallion. Mo Tiange narrowed her eyes. Speaking of which, this seemed like the behavior of a chivalrous man in the secular world who kept his word. Did such things also exist in the cultivation world? Although they usually paid attention to their promises, it was normal for them to fall out at any time if it involved important interests. Tiancan stared at the wooden tablet with a doubtful gaze. "With this object in hand, will your Juyan sect really not move a finger and even do its best to complete the task?" "That's right." Ling Yunfei was once again a chatterbox. He spoke with fervor and assurance. "In Yunzhong, our Juyan sect is the cultivation group that values the sect's inheritance and brotherhood the most. Our Grand Master's 9 disciples all have deep brotherhood and advance and retreat together. That's why we're called Juyan sect. This Returning Kindness Medallion was left behind by our 9 Grandmasters. Back then, our Grandmaster received a great favor from someone, so he gifted this object to that person. He promised that with this Returning Kindness Medallion, he would be able to move around Juyan sect unimpeded and become a guest elder until he fulfilled his promise. After several thousand years, these 3 Returning Kindness Medallions returned to the sect one after another and never appeared in the world again. Mo Tiange waved the ordinary-looking wooden tablet in her hand and said to Ling Yunhe, "In that case, this object must be very valuable." "It's far more than valuable." The one who answered her was still Ling Yunfei. "With our Juyan sect strength, if this object is leaked, it might even tempt nascent soul cultivators." A guest elder enjoyed all the benefits of an elder. They could use the sect's resources and weren't bound by the sect's restrictions. For some cultivators, this was indeed an excellent position. Once Ling Yunfei finished speaking, Mo Tiange turned her head to look. Tian Jiqian and Yang Qingji's eyes flashed with fervor as they stared at the object. It seemed like they really wanted to snatch it back. As a result, Mo Tiange was confused. Not to mention that Ling Yunhe wasn't the sect head of Juyan sect. Even if he was, such a valuable object would most likely be safeguarded by a nascent soul elder in the sect, right? He actually had one in his hands. Besides, he just casually threw this kind of object to someone else. Mo Tiange felt like her brain wasn't enough to process it. What was this Ling Yunhe thinking? As a cultivator, they had to be on guard at all times against being schemed against by others. Similarly, they had to avoid owing others too much. Owing others had 2 aspects. First, it was easy to develop inner demons. Second, it was easier to be schemed against by others. No matter which one it was, encountering it would be bad luck. Ling Yunhe was calm and composed. After Ling Yunfei roughly finished speaking, he said, "Since you have this object, does fellow Daoist Qin still have any doubts?" Mo Tiange looked at the wooden tablet, then her gaze swept over Ling Yunhe and Ling Yunfei. She then asked, "Even if I have this object in my hands, what if you snatch it back later?" Anger appeared on Ling Yunfei's face. He rushed to say, "That's impossible. This is the Patriarch's will. Disciples of Julian's sect never do this kind of thing." Although it was normal for cultivators to be two-faced, they also had their own taboos. When it came to matters related to the Patriarch, they rarely disobeyed. Mo Tiange muttered to herself for a moment, then put the wooden tablet into her robe. She originally thought she suffered a big loss because she didn't ask for the reward beforehand. She never expected that she would be the one who benefited the most from this. If things were really as Ling Yunfei said, then even if Ling Yunhe failed this trip and died here, she wouldn't suffer a loss. Seeing that she put the object away, Ling Yunhe heaved a sigh of relief. However, Tian Jiqian, Yang Qingji, and the others stared at Mo Tiange for a long time before they withdrew their gazes, looking very unwilling. Mo Tiange sighed inwardly. This Ling Yunhe is scheming again. Although this object was good, it was very troublesome. There were so many people here. Even if Ling Yunhe kept his promise, what if other people had evil intentions? Doing this seemed to give her a big advantage, but on the other hand, it was easy to put her on the fire. With so many people watching her obtain the return token and Ling Yunfei mentioning the special meaning of this object, she couldn't cooperate with others anymore. Because with such a precious treasure in hand, it would be easy to divide the spoils unevenly. In that case, no one could trust each other, and cooperation would be impossible. Therefore, she could only stand on Ling Yunhe's side. But if she refused the return token now, this problem couldn't be solved. With benefits in front of her, she actually wasn't moved at all. What would Ling Yunhe think of her? The others would certainly be vigilant against her. They were now companions, so it wasn't good to be too vigilant. At this thought, she glanced at Tian Can. Tian Can stared at the entrance of the valley calmly as if he wasn't interested in everything in front of him. Noticing that Mo Tiange was looking at him, he turned his head and nodded slightly. Mo Tiange understood what he meant. Everything would go on as they had agreed just now. This made her feel a little conflicted. She had reached an agreement with Tian Can, but Ling Yunhe made this move again. What if he really fell out with her after this? After pondering for a while, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile self-mockingly. She was getting more and more stupid. Ling Yunhe probably hoped that she wouldn't help others to rob his object, and Tian Can wanted to protect himself. These two didn't contradict each other. If Ling Yunhe kept his promise, she would certainly help him to the end. But if Ling Yunhe fell out with her after this, she could only cooperate with Tian Can to protect herself. Okay, since fellow Taoists have no objections, let's start now. We don't have much time. Ling Yunhe turned his hand, and 3 jade bottles appeared in his palm. He threw them one by one to them. These are primordial dawn. There are 3 pills in each bottle. Fellow Taoists, please check them. 3 pills. Tian Can repeated in a low voice. Ling Yunhe was still smiling, but his eyelids twitched. Fellow Taoist Tian Can, don't think these 3 pills are easy. Our Julian sect can only concoct 1 or 2 furnaces a year. Plus, we have so many core formation cultivators, so we can only concoct 3 pills every few years. Mo Tiange pulled out the bottle stopper, poured out a fragrant, snow-white medicinal pill, dipped it in some powder, then brought it to her nose and sniffed it. The ingredients of the medicinal pill were very clean, and the temperature was just right. She could tell that the level of the concocting master who concocted this medicinal pill was very high. At least, he wasn't inferior to her. Julian's sect was Julian's sect, the #1 cultivation group in Yunzhong. The level of their concocting master was also very high. The other two people were also checking the medicinal pill. Tian Ken only examined it a little. Seeing that Mo Tiange didn't have any abnormal expression when she poured the medicinal pill back, he put his portion into his Qianquan bag. Yang Qingji was a bit more careful. He held a jade cup in his hand and poured the medicinal pill into it. He seemed to be studying something. Could it be that there were some restrictions on devil cultivators taking medicinal pills made by Dao cultivators? A few random thoughts flashed through her mind. Mo Tiange muttered to herself for a while, then put the bottle of primordial dawn away. It wasn't that she didn't have this kind of medicinal pill that could help her break through bottlenecks. However, since this was a spiritual pill that Julian's sect didn't teach to outsiders, it must have some extraordinary properties. There was no harm in putting it away. When Yang Qingji also put away the medicinal pill and turned his attention back to her, Ling Yunhe smiled. He patted Vulture on his shoulder and said, "We don't have much time. Let's go." Chapter 377. When they were surrounded by the dead aura, everyone unconsciously released their auras. Although they all agreed to Ling Yunhe's suggestion, as core formation cultivators, self-protection had become a kind of instinct. Although their self-protection methods were mostly useless in this situation, time passed quickly and slowly. This period of time passed both fast and slow at the same time. Aside from Ling Yunhe, the others all had grave expressions on their faces and were ready to attack. Mo Tiange had no doubt that if anything went wrong, they would immediately use their strongest killing moves to kill Ling Yunhe. Fortunately, that didn't happen. When their feet touched the ground, they all heaved sighs of relief. Then, the dead aura surrounding them gradually dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Ling Yunhe stroked the vulture on his shoulder, took out a medicinal pill, and fed it to comfort it. The vulture swallowed the medicinal pill, let out a satisfied cry, and stopped on his shoulder. Mo Tiange breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Ling Yunhe. Ling Yunhe smiled and said loudly, "I'm a man of my word. Do you believe me now?" Just now, everyone was surrounded by the dead aura, and the vulture that produced the dead aura only listened to Ling Yunhe's orders. It could be said that everyone's lives were in his hands. Yang Qingji was the first to recover. He snorted and said coldly, "I don't dare to gamble on the way back." Ling Yunhe hadn't obtained the fretless fruit yet and needed their help, so the possibility of him taking action was very low. When they returned, not to mention Yang Qingji, even Mo Tiange, who had the token of repayment, wouldn't dare to gamble. With this thought in mind, Mo Tiange turned to look at the dark crack at the entrance of the valley with a solemn expression. If she didn't use Ling Yunhe's method, she would have to consume a lot of spiritual aura to cross the crack, and she also had to be careful of other people's ambushes. After thinking for a long time, she sighed. This trip was more dangerous than she imagined. Carefree Valley was indeed a dangerous place, but more importantly, the people who came with them were all difficult to deal with and had evil intentions. "If you don't trust me on the way back, you can leave," Ling Yunhe said faintly. "I'll leave the valley as soon as I get the fretless fruit." Once he finished speaking, Yang Qingji let out a humph and turned his head away, ignoring him. Tian Kan, on the other hand, glanced at Mo Tiange but didn't say anything. Ling Yunhe didn't waste any more words. He scanned the surroundings and said, "Everyone, this is the inner valley of the Carefree Valley, and it's even more dangerous than the outer valley. If we don't unite, it's very likely that we'll be annihilated here. Thus, I hope that no matter what goals you have in your hearts, before we leave the valley, everyone should work together." Is there a need for fellow Daoist Ling to say that? Tian Kan said coldly, for the sake of our own lives, we have to listen to him obediently." Hearing this, Ling Yunhe only smiled slightly, not offended. The group of 6 continued on their way. Mo Tiange raised her head and looked around. The inner valley of Carefree Valley was much narrower than the outer valley. It was surrounded by cliffs and had a complicated terrain. The aura here was even more strange. Sometimes, it was rich spiritual aura, sometimes it was concentrated devil aura, and sometimes it was pure filthy aura. They were not mixed together. Instead, they were separated and crisscrossed. This caused the surrounding scenery to change step by step. Places with rich spiritual aura had rare spiritual flowers and herbs, places with concentrated devil aura had objects of the devil path, and places with filthy aura were full of destructive aura. This was actually a good thing for the 6 of them. They just needed to observe more to avoid the filthy aura. Moreover, they also found many spiritual objects that were rarely seen in the outside world along the way. After a long time, Ling Yunfei became a bit impatient. He turned around and asked Ling Yunhe, "Second brother, don't you feel it?" Ling Yunhe shook his head and stared at him with a slightly reproachful gaze. "How long has it been? Why are you so impatient?" Ling Yunfei scratched his head and said, "I'm anxious." Tian Jiqian laughed. "You can't be anxious. Yunfei, you have to learn more from your second brother. We're cultivators. How can we be impatient?" "I know." Ling Yunfei answered helplessly. Then he muttered unwillingly, "I know I can't compare with second brother, but I don't have to say it every day." Hearing this, Mo Tiange was speechless. Ling Yunfei didn't look much younger than Ling Yunhe, but his temperament was much more childish. As for Ling Yunhe, he naturally heard it too. He glanced at Mo Tiange helplessly but didn't say anything. Mo Tiange thought he must love this brother very much. He loved him so much that he blamed him so much. "Master, there's danger." Fei Fei's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Mo Tiange paused and secretly looked at the spiritual beast pouch. "What's wrong? What do you feel?" "There's a dangerous aura." Fei Fei shouted. "It's coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the jade plate in Tian Jiqian's hand began to spin crazily. At the same time, Mo Tiange felt a strange aura coming from afar. "There's something." Ling Yunhe shouted, "Everyone, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, that thing was already in front of them. Messy auras assaulted their faces. There was spiritual aura, devil aura, and filthy aura. Mo Tiange looked up and saw a huge shadow vaguely flashing between the rocks and giant trees. That shadow approached them quickly and appeared in front of them in just a moment. Seeing the thing in front of them, the 6 people were shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. The monster in front of them had a dark brown body and long arms. It looked like a human but not a human. It was obviously an ape. However, this ape was as tall as 10 people and had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like a freak. "What's this?" Tian Jiqian cried out involuntarily. "Monster." Ling Yunhe murmured. He stared at the 3-headed ape without blinking and clenched the crescent moon jade knife in his hand. Mo Tiange turned her hand and the heaven and earth fan appeared in her palm. The 3-headed ape was called a monster not because it had 3 heads and a strange appearance. There were so many strange phenomena in the cultivation world, so the 3-headed ape was nothing. The unusual thing about the thing in front of them was that the aura all over its body was mixed with spiritual aura, devil aura, and filthy aura. If a person had spiritual aura, he was an immortal cultivator. If he had devil aura all over his body, he was a devil cultivator. Even if he cultivated dead aura or filthy aura, he could only be considered an unorthodox cultivator. But if there was a person with so many auras mixed into one, he could only be considered a monster. There was no cultivation technique in the cultivation world that could accommodate so many auras. The same was true for beasts. Ordinary demonic beasts and cultivators absorbed spiritual aura. Demonic beasts in the devil domain could absorb devil aura, but under normal circumstances, there was absolutely no demonic beast that could absorb all kinds of aura and coexist with its body. This broke the hidden rules of the cultivation world, so it was definitely not a normal thing. The first one to react was Yang Qingji. His eyes were cold. He unfolded the ghost face banner in his hand and devil aura surged. He stared at the giant ape in front of him and said coldly, "What are you waiting for? The one who strikes first has the advantage." He unfolded the ghost face banner and devil aura rushed towards the giant ape. The others seemed to have woken up from a dream. No matter what kind of strange thing this three-headed ape was, it was obvious that it was hostile to them. Ling Yunhe also quickly moved the crescent moon jade knife in his hand. He hid behind the ghost face banner and pounced on the giant ape. The giant ape didn't dodge. It blinked its huge bell-like eyes as if it couldn't figure out what was flying towards it. However, what happened in the next moment made the six people's expressions change greatly. The devil aura from the ghost face banner and the crescent moon jade knife arrived at the giant ape's position one after the other and then stopped. The giant ape blinked and reached out its hand to touch the devil aura from the ghost face banner. The devil aura surged as if it wanted to swallow its finger, but in the next moment, the devil aura slowly dissipated between its fingers. Yang Qingji was shocked. He suddenly waved the ghost face banner in his hand, wanting to withdraw the devil aura, but the devil aura went out of control. The devil aura surged between him and the giant ape for a while before it slowly flowed towards the giant ape. In the end, it disappeared without a trace as if it had never been there. Pooh! Yang Qingji suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. As the devil aura dissipated, his face gradually appeared under the cloak. It was a pale and thin teenager. Mo Tiange was a bit flabbergasted. Although Yang Qingji hadn't shown his face, the sharpness in his eyes and his smooth hands indicated that he wasn't very old. However, Mo Tiange still didn't expect him to be a thin and weak teenager who didn't look like a devil cultivator at all. Soon after, Ling Yunhe's crescent moon jade knife stopped the moment it touched the giant ape. The six people's hearts instantly jumped. Yang Qingji's ghost face banner didn't hit the giant ape and instead suffered a backlash. If Ling Yunhe's attack also didn't work, it would be troublesome. If that happened, the other people's attacks would most likely be ineffective. Unfortunately, what they hoped wouldn't happen eventually happened. The giant ape raised its hand and touched it lightly. The crescent moon jade knife seemed to lose control and fell diagonally. Cough! Ling Yunhe also vomited a mouthful of blood. Whether it was his crescent moon jade knife or Yang Qingji's ghost face banner, both were their natal magic weapons. If their natal magic weapons were damaged, they would suffer a backlash on the cultivator's body. Seeing this, the other four people's faces instantly turned pale. Ling Yunhe and Yang Qingji weren't weak among them, but they were restrained by one move and even suffered a backlash. Facing this giant ape, what should they do? After knocking down Ling Yunhe's jade knife, the giant ape took a step forward with curiosity in its eyes. Tian Jiqian clenched his teeth and made a hand seal. The jade plate in his hand spun crazily again. "Everyone," he shouted, "protect me while I set up the formation." Ling Yunfei immediately stood in front of him. Mo Tiange knocked the heaven and earth fan in her hand and rushed forward with Tian Can. "Fellow Daoist Qin Wei." Tian Can clenched the claws in his hand and shouted while pouncing on the giant ape, "You attract its attention and I'll wait for an opportunity to kill it." Mo Tiange nodded and unfolded the heaven and earth fan. With a crane cry, the red-crowned crane flew out of the fan and pounced on the giant ape. The next moment, Tiange's expression changed. Before the red-crowned crane touched the giant ape, its figure gradually faded and finally disappeared. She didn't have time to think. The heaven and earth fan pressed down, and the mountains and rivers rushed out and pressed down on the giant ape. This time, nothing unexpected happened. Under the confused gaze of the giant ape, layers of mountains and rivers flashed and trapped the giant ape. The giant ape stretched out one hand and scratched one of its heads as if it didn't know what was happening in front of it. At this moment, Tiancan shouted and pounced on the giant ape with the claws in his hand. The miracle didn't happen. The moment Tiancan's claws touched the giant ape, it was caught by one of the ape's hands. The ape blinked and waved its hand gently, throwing Tiancan away. Tiange's face turned blue. The giant ape could actually throw Tiancan away, which meant it wasn't trapped by her heaven and earth fan at all. What on earth was this thing? Spiritual aura and devil aura were useless to it. Even her heaven and earth fan couldn't trap it. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, so it couldn't even launch a sneak attack. Fellow Taoists, come back. Ling Yunhe's voice came from behind. Tiange didn't have time to think. She waved the heaven and earth fan to stop the giant ape and returned to the formation with Tiancan. During the short time they had, Tian Jiqian had finished setting up the formation. He looked at the jade plate in his hand nervously, then looked up at the giant ape in front of him and said, "Fellow Taoists, please think of a way. My formation can only block it for a while." Chapter 378. Solution. What solution could they have? Except for Tian Jiqian, the other 5 people's expressions changed, but none of them spoke. Ling Yunhe and Yang Qingji were the first to feel the strangeness of this 3-headed ape. In fact, this 3-headed ape's aura was only at the 7th rank, not even at the 8th rank of the nascent soul stage. However, no matter if it was spiritual energy or demonic energy, it was unable to cause any damage to this giant ape. It was just like how people said it was invulnerable. After a brief silence, Tian Jiqian shouted again, "Hurry up. I can't hold it for long." At this time, the 3 giant apes were already approaching the 6 of them, and one of their arms stretched out towards them. Fortunately, they had Tian Jiqian's formation, and with a buzz, a thin layer of spirit chi barrier appeared around the 6 of them, blocking the arm. The giant ape blinked as if it didn't understand what was going on. Then, except for the 2 arms on its back, it swung its other 4 arms at them. Boom! The spiritual aura shield collided with the arm, creating a heavy sound. Following this loud noise, Tian Jiqian's face turned pale. He shouted, "No, it's too powerful. I can only hold it for 5 more times." Ling Yunhe asked anxiously, "Brother Tian, isn't your protective formation able to withstand several attacks from nascent soul cultivators? Why is it this time?" After another attack, Tian Jiqian said while gasping for breath, "That being said, this monster's power is strange. It can't be measured by common sense. What should we do?" Ling Yunhe asked the others as he didn't have time to ask for details. The people present were usually very opinionated, but this time, Ling Yunhe couldn't get any ideas. Yang Qingji's ghost face banner was used, but it didn't work. Ling Yunhe's crescent moon jade knife was still outside. Tiange's heaven and earth fan couldn't trap it. Tiancan was a martial cultivator, but he was unexpectedly thrown out. Among the people present, except for Tian Jiqian who maintained the formation, Ling Yunfei was the only one who hadn't done anything. His dual flying swords didn't seem special, so the others couldn't do anything. Presumably, he was the same. The 6 of them could be considered the best among core formation cultivators, but they were helpless against this monster in front of them. Boom! Another attack. Everyone's faces turned pale. Ling Yunfei hesitantly asked, "What is this thing?" Spiritual qi, devil qi, and sharp weapons are all unable to attack it. Could it be that they are unable to harm it at all? Ling Yunhe's expression was solemn as he added, "Even the illusory array can't trap it." Fellow Daoist Qin, am I right? Mo Tiange was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Ling Yunhe would notice this at such a critical moment. She nodded. "That's right. My magic weapon can create an illusory formation, but this monster isn't affected." When the others heard this, their expressions turned ugly. Be it immortal cultivators or devil cultivators, there were only a few ways to attack. The first was spiritual qi and devil qi, the second was a sharp weapon attack that relied on magic treasures, and the third was a deceitful attack like an array formation. Ling Yunhe's and Yang Qingji's attacks proved that the first method was useless. Tian Can proved the second method. If Mo Tiange proved the third method, they would really be helpless against this giant ape. Boom! The spiritual energy shield around the six of them trembled, and its glow dimmed significantly. Tian Jiqian's expression was strained, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. This was already the third time. His protective barrier could only last 2 more times. Scatter! Ling Yunhe made a decision the next moment. He glanced at the others and said hurriedly, "I'll lure this monster away. You guys go back to the entrance of the valley. If I'm fine, I'll come back to look for you." Second brother. Ling Yunfei was shocked. Then the others were also surprised. With this giant ape's ability, if he lured it away by himself, it would probably be a disaster. Did Ling Yunhe want to sacrifice himself to protect the others? Boom! The fourth time. Ling Yunhe didn't have time to explain. He just said hurriedly, "Yunfei, protect brother Tian." Boom! The fifth time, the spiritual energy shield collided with the giant ape's arm, emitting a dazzling white light. Then, the shield trembled. After holding on for several seconds, it finally broke and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Ling Yun had stretched out his right hand, and the crescent moon jade knife on the ground flew back into his hand. He swung it, and the jade knife flew towards the giant ape with a sharp spiritual aura. With a chi sound, the jade knife cut through the aura around the giant ape. Soon after, the giant ape raised its arm, and the jade knife stopped in front of its arm. Ling Yunhe clenched his teeth and made a hand seal, injecting spiritual aura into the jade knife. The jade knife flew forward 1/2 inch and touched the giant ape's knuckles. Woo! The giant ape let out a long howl and swung its arm, once again throwing the jade knife. Pooh! Ling Yunhe spat out a mouthful of blood, but this time, he didn't have time to adjust his breath. He grabbed some medicinal pills from his robe and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he dashed away. At the same time, the jade knife flew back into his hand. The giant ape clumsily turned around and looked at Ling Yunhe. In the end, it started to chase after Ling Yunhe. The others breathed sighs of relief and immediately scattered, choosing a direction to fly away. Among them, Ling Yunfei was always protecting Tian Jiqian, advancing and retreating together with him. Mo Tiange also chose a direction at random. Just as she was about 10 miles away, Fei Fei's voice entered her ears. "Master, I'll go take a look." Just now, she didn't fasten the spiritual beast pouch, so when it spoke, Fei Fei had already jumped out and ran back. "Fei Fei." Mo Tiange stopped for a moment then chased after it. "What are you doing?" "Master, don't move." Fei Fei turned around and looked at her. "I won't be in danger, but you won't necessarily be safe if you go." Seeing Fei Fei turn around again and nimbly disappear among the rocks, Mo Tiange helplessly patted her head. How could she forget that Fei was no longer the Fei from before? Now, it was her, its master, who was being despised. But since Fei said so, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Fei could live in peace with other spiritual beasts, even ferocious beasts. However, this giant ape was clearly a monster, so she didn't know whether it could be counted as a spiritual beast or not. With that thought in mind, Mo Tiange hesitated for a moment but still flew back. She just slowed down her speed. When she returned to her original position, there was no one around. The others had already scattered and fled for their lives. There was no trace of Fei or that giant ape. Mo Tiange thought for a moment, then laid a defense formation around her and sat down cross-legged. She trusted Fei's ability. Even if something were to happen, she would be here to support her. After a while, a cultivator's aura appeared around her. His cultivation level should be in the middle stage of the core formation realm. A black shadow flew closer and closer. It was Tiancan. Upon seeing Mo Tiange, he hesitated for a moment, then walked towards her. "Fellow Daoist Qin, you didn't leave." Mo Tiange didn't know how to explain this to him, so she said, "No, I just came back." "How come fellow Daoist Tiancan also came back?" Tiancan looked around and said, "I waited for a long time and thought it might be safer, so I came back to take a look." "Fellow Daoist Qin Wei, how long have you been back? How's the situation?" Mo Tiange shook her head. "I came back not long ago. There's been no movement, so I don't know what's going on." Tiancan was silent. After a while, he also sat down next to her and waited. The two of them sat cross-legged. After waiting for a long time, they sensed another cultivator's aura coming from the edge of their divine senses. This time, it was young Qingji who came back. His face was pale, the corners of his mouth were stained with blood, and he staggered. Upon seeing Mo Tiange and Tiancan, he was startled. He narrowed his eyes and vigilance flashed across his eyes. "Fellow Taoists, why did you come back? Didn't fellow Taoist Yang also come back?" Tiancan snorted with a displeased attitude. Tiansan's words softened Yang Qingji's attitude. He said, "I encountered a 6th-rank magical beast about 50 kilometers away from here. Since I was injured, I could only barely kill it. If I flew further, I didn't know what kind of strange things I would encounter, so I simply turned back." No wonder he looked so distressed. It seemed he had gone through another hard battle. Mo Tiange looked at Yang Qingji and asked, "How's fellow Daoist Yang's injury?" Upon hearing her question, Yang Qingji looked at her vigilantly and said, "It's not a big deal. I just need to rest for a while." Mo Tiange nodded. "Fellow Daoist Yang, you should take this opportunity to rest for a while." Yang Qingji cautiously looked at the two of them for a long time until Tiancan said impatiently, "What are you afraid of? We won't get any benefits from killing you now. Even if we get your magic weapon, it'll be useless if we can't get out." Upon hearing this, Yang Qingji's expression became a little better. He nodded at Mo Tiange, then sat down in her formation and swallowed some medicinal pills to heal his injury. Mo Tiange looked at him, shook her head helplessly and looked away. Yang Qingji was even more suspicious than she was. He didn't dare to believe others who were nice to him, but Tiancan was rude to him, so he didn't doubt him. The three of them sat there for a long time, but nothing happened. Ling Yunhe didn't come back and the giant ape didn't turn around. "Fellow Daoist Qin," Tiancan said, "what do you think is the current situation?" Mo Tiange opened her eyes and pondered for a while. Then she said, "No news is good news." Tiancan was stunned, then he sighed and nodded. She was right. In this situation, if there was news, it would most likely not be good news. They had seen the giant ape's ability with their own eyes. Ling Yunhe was definitely not its match if he went alone. Even if he could escape safely, he couldn't come out unscathed. Thinking about this, the three of them were a little dumbfounded. They were worried Ling Yunhe would turn against them later, but they didn't expect he would be willing to lead the danger away in the face of danger. Did he have a secret method to escape, or was he really trustworthy? Mo Tiange thought about it for a long time and sighed inwardly. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more cautious they were and the more they didn't dare to trust the kindness of others. When the danger came just now, if everyone ran for their lives separately, maybe they wouldn't be as confused as they were now. After all, although they were invited by Ling Yunhe, they all received benefits from him. It was just a business deal, not a friendship. Of course, when she thought of Feifei, Mo Tiange felt Ling Yunhe was most likely still alive. But she also couldn't figure out the reason why Ling Yunhe made such a decision. In this cultivation world, it was too difficult to believe other people just had good intentions. Chapter 379. After a while, Mo Tiange suddenly looked in the direction the giant ape left and said, "It's coming." Yang Qingji and Tiansan's expressions changed greatly. They sensed a mixed breath, and it was the strong breath of the giant ape. The two of them stood up and were about to separate when Mo Tiange said, "Fellow Taoists, please wait." Yang Qingji turned around and glared at her. Does fellow Taoist Qin have a way to subdue this thing? After what happened just now, Mo Tiange knew Yang Qingji was more suspicious than she was, so she didn't take it seriously and said to Tian Can, "Fellow Taoist, if you believe me, please wait here." Tian Can looked suspicious. What does fellow Taoist Qin want to do? At this time, the giant ape's breath got closer. Under the cover of its mixed breath, the three of them sensed another spiritual breath, which seemed to be a fifth-ranked demonic beast. Mo Tiange shook her head with a smile and turned to Yang Qingji. "Fellow Taoist Yang, if you don't want to take risks, you can leave now." Yang Qingji looked at her, then stared at Tian Can for a while, but in the end, he didn't move. He really wanted to know why this woman was so calm. Was there something else she wanted to hide? The giant ape's figure soon appeared in front of them. Yang Qingji and Tian Can both held their magic weapons and were ready to attack. However, the next moment, Mo Tiange looked up and saw the little thing sitting on the giant ape's shoulder. She waved at it. "Feifei." Upon seeing her, Feifei squeaked, jumped down from the giant ape's shoulder, and threw itself into her arms. "Master, don't let others know I can talk." At the same time, Feifei's lazy voice rang in her head. "What do you want now?" Mo Tiange replied with her divine comprehension. Feifei buried its head on Mo Tiange's shoulder and chuckled in her mind. "You're hiding your true colors. A spiritual beast that can talk will arouse other people's greed." Mo Tiange asked, "Did you deal with that thing?" Feifei sounded a little dissatisfied. "It's not called that thing. It's called a stone. It actually has a name." Mo Tiange was surprised. Feifei was even more dissatisfied. "Names aren't exclusive to you humans. Look at Xiaofan's family, they even have surnames." "Fellow Taoist Qin, what's going on?" Yang Qingji asked after recovering from his shock. "This thing, it's not attacking us." Mo Tiange patted Feifei's head and imitated the cloud-soaring crane. She fed it a spiritual panacea as a reward, then once again released it to play with the giant ape. Yang Qingji and Tian Can watched as the ape and the fox slowly walked away. Their questioning gazes immediately fell on Mo Tiange. Facing their gazes, Mo Tiange was very calm. "This is my spiritual beast. It's a Feifei." "Feifei?" Yang Qingji was confused. "What's that?" Mo Tiange said, "If it knows fellow Taoist Yang called it something, it'll definitely be unhappy." Upon seeing Yang Qingji's bewildered expression, Mo Tiange couldn't help but laugh. She explained, Fei is a kind of divine beast from the distant past era. I found this Fei in the outer sea. It is said that it has the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, Fei. Although it is a 5th-rank spirit beast, it doesn't know any magic. I usually raise it to relieve boredom, but I didn't expect it to be useful at a critical moment. Fei. Tiancan murmured. All of a sudden, he raised his head and said, Is this the legendary Fei that can live in peace with all spiritual beasts and even ferocious beasts won't hurt it? Correct. Mo Tiange nodded. However, before today, I thought it was only a legend. After today's incident, I can confirm that this spiritual beast of mine is indeed a descendant of the Fei. No wonder fellow Daoist Qin came back and was so calm. Tiancan exhaled. Only now did he finally calm down. Yang Qingji stared at the place where the giant ape and Fei disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. Fellow Daoist Yang. Tiancan called him lazily and squinted at him. What do you think? Tiansan's attitude towards Yang Qingji couldn't be considered friendly. Now, his tone was even more sarcastic. A flush appeared on Yang Qingji's pale face. He glared at Tiancan angrily. Tiancan sneered and his eyes were full of disdain. Fellow Daoist Tiancan. Yang Qingji stared at Tiancan and said coldly with his unruly eyes, Everyone has their own secrets. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Hearing those words, Tiancan's originally disdainful gaze was instantly replaced by fierceness. He stared fiercely at Yang Qingji. Apart from fierceness, there was also a trace of hesitation, as if he was unsure if what Yang Qingji said was true or not. Yang Qingji snorted and looked away. He said coldly to Mo Tiange, Fellow Daoist Qin, you allowed your spiritual beast to leave with that giant ape. Aren't you afraid something might happen to it? Mo Tiange was looking at the two of them and felt they were very interesting. When she suddenly heard Yang Qingji's question, she didn't have time to react. After thinking for a while, she said, they were very happy when they left. Spiritual beasts have the most accurate intuition. I think they'll be fine. Yang Qingji nodded and asked, Fellow Daoist Qin, where did you get this spiritual beast? Was it already in the 5th rank when you got it? This spiritual beast. Mo Tiange thought for a while and said, I got it in the North Sea, but I don't remember which part of the North Sea I got it from. I got this Fei a long time ago. At that time, it was just born. The East Sea Tiancan mentioned should be the North Sea to Yunzhong. Oh. Yang Qingji asked with great interest, Fellow Daoist Qin, do you remember what's around that sea area? Is there anything that marks it? Mo Tiange looked at him and asked, Fellow Daoist Yang, do you want to find one? I do have this idea. Yang Qingji didn't hide anything. If I raise it to the level of fellow Daoist Qin, it'll be very useful in times like this. Ha! Tiancan glanced at Yang Qingji and said, Fellow Daoist Yang, you're a devil cultivator. As a devil, I'm afraid it's not easy for you to raise a spiritual beast, right? Yang Qingji looked at him coldly. As a Dao cultivator, Ling Yunhe even raised a strange beast that cultivates the aura of death. I'm a devil cultivator. Why can't I raise a spiritual beast? The two of them stared at each other with anger in their eyes. Mo Tiange felt helpless and said, Fellow Taoists, this giant ape is solved for the time being. What should we do next? Do you have any opinions? Naturally, we'll find the others, Yang Qingji said. I was entrusted by someone, so I'll have to do it myself. Besides, his way of doing things can be considered acceptable. In the end, Tiancan didn't argue. And, let's find the others first. The three of them agreed. Mo Tiange took out a talisman from inside her robe and flicked it with her finger. The talisman burst into flames and turned into a flight light, disappearing into the sky. Before they left, Ling Yunhe had prepared several plans. He also told everyone in advance how to deal with them if they got separated. Mo Tiange didn't need to say anything now. She immediately sent out a summoning talisman. As long as the other three were fine, they should come back and meet up with her. Not long after Mo Tiange sent out her summoning talisman, a sound-transmitting talisman came from the sky. Mo Tiange took it. The talisman burned without any fire and Ling Yunfei's voice rang out. "Fellow Daoist Qin, are you all right?" Mo Tiange frowned slightly when she received this talisman. This Ling Yunfei wasn't as simple as she thought. If he had the time to send a sound-transmitting talisman, he might as well come back and meet up with her. He was actually quite cautious. "I'm fine. Let's meet up quickly," Mo Tiange replied through a sound-transmitting talisman. After a while, two flight lights finally appeared at a low altitude. Before long, Ling Yunfei and Tian Jiqin landed on the ground. "Fellow Taoists, you've arrived." Ling Yunfei looked at Yang Qingji and Tian Can in surprise. "We went back a long time ago," Tian Can said faintly. "Oh." Ling Yunfei looked at the three of them and asked with a puzzled expression, "What's going on?" "Fellow Taoists, can you explain it to us?" Tian Can and Yang Qingji weren't used to explaining, so they naturally looked at Mo Tiange after hearing what he said. Mo Tiange had no choice but to tell Ling Yunfei and Tian Jiqin what happened just now. "I see." After listening to the whole story, Ling Yunfei's eyes flashed with excitement. He asked Mo Tiange, "Fellow Daoist Qin, where did you get that spiritual beast?" Mo Tiange smiled. "Fellow Daoist Yang also asked me this question. To be honest, it's been a long time. I only remember it's the North Sea, but I don't remember where it is." "Oh." Ling Yunfei looked disappointed. The five of them waited for a while, but they still didn't see any trace of Ling Yunhe. Ling Yunfei couldn't wait any longer and asked first, "Did something happen to my second brother? He hasn't come back for so long." "That's hard to say." Tian Can snorted. The giant ape was attracted away by Fei Fei, but before that, none of us knew whether fellow Daoist Ling was still alive or not. This Tian Can. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, he always said unpleasant things. Mo Tiange thought for a while, then called Fei Fei back with her divine comprehension. Before long, Fei Fei appeared in everyone's line of sight, but the giant ape was nowhere to be seen. Squeak! In everyone's eyes, Fei Fei wagged its tail and pounced on Mo Tiange, staying motionless on her body. At that moment, Fei Fei's impatient voice rang in Mo Tiange's mind. "Why did you call me back?" Mo Tiange stroked its head, pretending to comfort the spiritual beast. With a smile on her face, she communicated with Fei Fei using her divine comprehension. "I have to ask you, where's your stone?" "Of course it went home." Fei Fei rubbed its head. "Is that what you want to ask?" "Of course not. Did you ask it where the person it was chasing just now was?" Fei Fei tilted its head and thought for a while, then jumped down from her body. "He seems to have escaped, but I'm very familiar with his breath. I can find him. Let's go." Mo Tiange waved her hand at the others. "It'll take us to fellow Daoist Ling." The other four people looked at each other and finally followed her. Although it was Fei Fei's first time in Carefree Valley, it seemed to be very familiar with its surroundings. It jumped left and right, jumped over several piles of rocks, and finally stopped in front of a big tree. "Squeak!" it called. "Here." With a glance, Mo Tiange saw Ling Yunhe lying under the tree, breathing weakly. Chapter 380. You're awake. Before Ling Yunhe opened his eyes, he heard a voice in his ears. The voice wasn't hostile, and he didn't feel any killing intent around him, so he thought blankly for a while before he rubbed his eyelids and opened his eyes. He was in a dark space. The top of his head was deep and dark, and he didn't know where it led to. He was surrounded by tangled vines, looking very dirty. He was lying on the moist soil with only a thin robe between him and the ground. He could even smell the fragrance of the soil. The spiritual aura inside his body circulated unimpeded, which startled him. He already had internal injuries, and he was attacked several times. In the end, he fainted due to the recoil of his aura. He thought his injuries were serious, but he didn't expect that his meridians and dantian were still intact when he woke up. He just lost some strength. Fellow Daoist Ling. Mo Tiange frowned when she saw the dazed Ling Yunhe in front of her. Could it be that his injuries were too serious and he hadn't recovered yet? Hearing her voice, Ling Yunhe's attention slowly focused and finally focused on her face. So it's fellow Daoist Qin. Ling Yunhe nodded at her, then turned to look at his surroundings and asked, "Did you save me?" Mo Tiange shook her head. "I didn't do it alone." She spoke politely, but Ling Yunhe felt a bit grateful. He sat up, looked around, then looked down at himself and found that he didn't lose his magic weapon and the spiritual beast vulture was still in his spiritual beast bag. He finally felt relieved. Where is this? Where are the others? How are they? They're all resting. This is a tree hole, Mo Tiange answered. Oh. Ling Yunhe nodded and touched his chest. What happened to my injuries? Mo Tiange said lightly, I happen to have some healing medicinal pills. After fellow Daoist Yunfei exchanged them with me and examined them, I gave them to you. Really? Ling Yunhe pressed his dantian and took a deep look at Mo Tiange. Fellow Daoist Qin's medicinal pills are really extraordinary. Thank you. He was well aware of his own injuries. There were internal injuries in his dantian, and on top of that, he had forcefully stimulated his Xingyuan to escape from the giant ape's pursuit. It could be said that even if he returned alive and won the position of sect leader, it would take him years or even decades to recover to his original state. But now, Mo Tiange's medicinal pills managed to control his injuries in time, leaving only some residual injuries. If he could recuperate properly, it could save him at least half of the time. More importantly, his current injuries were not serious, so he had a greater chance of winning the sect leader selection. Seeing that Mo Tiange only smiled and didn't answer, Ling Yunhe continued to ask, by the way, what happened in the end? How did you find me? Where's that giant ape? After Mo Tiange succinctly explained what happened, Ling Yunhe stared at her and said with joy, so that's how it is. In that case, my biggest fortune this time is that I was able to invite fellow Daoist Qin to accompany me. If it wasn't for Mo Tiange, although he managed to escape from the giant ape's clutches, fainting in Carefree Valley alone would have been a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. And other people wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly. Now, he only felt lucky. He invited Mo Tiange because he thought she had a lot of spiritual treasures, was steady in handling matters, and her cultivation level was also pretty good, so she should be able to help him. He didn't expect her to be of such great use. Mo Tiange just smiled at him. Her scrutinizing gaze fell on him and she suddenly asked, fellow Daoist Ling, why did you lure the giant ape away by yourself? Weren't you afraid of losing your life? Ling Yunhe rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said tiredly, I thought I had some secret techniques, so I should have been able to escape. It's just that I didn't expect my injuries to be too serious. Although I managed to escape, I couldn't hold on for a while. He then turned to look at Mo Tiange and asked, how about you? How's fellow Daoist Yang's injuries? And Mo Tiange said, fellow Daoist Yang's injuries look terrible, but they didn't damage his dantian or meridians. Devil cultivators' bodies are stronger than ours, so presumably, he'll recover soon. That's good. Ling Yunhe heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Then we can continue, fellow Daoist Ling. Mo Tiange's gaze flickered. Everything you did was to let the search for the fretless fruit proceed smoothly. Ling Yunhe's smile froze. He stared at Mo Tiange, neither saying anything nor moving. After a while, he shifted his gaze away and said with a smile, I can only say that while we're still companions, you can trust me. Mo Tiange noticed he said, you, instead of you. She frowned. Fellow Daoist Ling, why did you say that? Could it be that you think other people aren't trustworthy? Ling Yunhe shook his head and gave her a meaningful look. Fellow Daoist Qin, whether other people are trustworthy or not, you know very well. Mo Tiange was silent. They were all outstanding core formation cultivators. Because of this, they didn't dare to trust others easily and couldn't trust others easily. Apart from Ling Yunfei and Tian Jiqian, Tian Can was too mysterious, Yang Qingji was too suspicious, and she was too cautious. In fact, none of them were trustworthy. However, what Ling Yunhe said just now showed that he regarded her as a trustworthy person. Mo Tiange couldn't figure out what he was thinking. She tilted her head and thought for a while, then asked directly, do you think I'm trustworthy? Ling Yunhe showed a faint smile, then sighed tiredly again. At this moment, he didn't seem to mind showing his exhaustion in front of Mo Tiange at all. I was selected as one of the candidates for the head of Zhouyan's sect, so of course I have a good eye for people. People like fellow Daoist Qin can be befriended but not bullied. If I treat you with courtesy, I'll return the courtesy, but if I always guard against you, I'll make you feel disgusted. Fellow Daoist Qin, am I right? Mo Tiange looked surprised. Even she herself hadn't thought about it carefully, but Ling Yunhe's conclusion made her think it was right. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. Ling Yunhe smiled when he saw the expression on Mo Tiange's face. This time, his smile wasn't like his usual one. Although it was cordial, it also kept people at a distance. Instead, it carried a bit of childlike complacency and a carefreeness without any burden. I'm right, right? Mo Tiange stared at the top of the tree for a long time, then smiled helplessly. If I didn't know better, I'd think fellow Daoist Ling and I have known each other for a long time. The smile on Ling Yunhe's face grew wider. After laughing for a while, he said, fellow Daoist Qin, why aren't you a man? Ha! Mo Tiange didn't understand. Ling Yunhe continued, it's not that I look down on women, but, he paused for a long time and didn't finish his sentence. However, Mo Tiange somewhat understood what he meant. It was always more convenient to make friends with people of the same sex than with people of the opposite sex, and it was easier to become confidants. At this time, she suddenly thought of Nie Wuxiang. If it weren't for their opposing positions and those unclear grudges, maybe she and Nie Wuxiang could become confidants. She wondered how Nie Wuxiang was now. Did she find a way to control her own primordial devil aura? Fellow Daoist Qin. Mo Tiange regained her train of thought. Ling Yunhe looked at her and asked, are you thinking of someone else? Ha! As soon as she met Ling Yunhe's gaze, Mo Tiange knew he misunderstood. However, this misunderstanding didn't need to be explained, so she acquiesced. Upon seeing her expression, a trace of disappointment flashed across Ling Yunhe's eyes. When he realized this, he was startled. Fortunately, he heard Mo Tiange's question in time. Fellow Daoist Ling, since you know how to read people, what do you think of other people? Ling Yunhe thought for a while, then said, fellow Daoist Yang was recommended by Yunfei. He's quite famous among the core formation cultivators in Yunzhong. Don't underestimate him just because he's only in the early stage of the core formation realm. As the proud disciple of Guifang Devil Monarch, one of the 3 devil monarchs in Yunzhong, his aptitude goes without saying. Moreover, it's said that Guifang Devil Monarch regarded him as his direct disciple and passed all his secret techniques to him. As long as he forms his nascent soul, after Guifang Devil Monarch abdicates, he'll inherit the position of Guifang City Lord. Guifang City. Oh, Ling Yunhe said with a smile, I forgot again. Fellow Daoist Qin isn't a cultivator from Yunzhong, so you don't know much about the cultivation world in Yunzhong. Devil cultivators are quite different from us. They value individual ability more, so there aren't many so-called great sects like us. On the contrary, devil domains established by devil cultivators with great divine power are a bit more powerful. Guifang City is a devil domain established by Guifang Devil Monarch 1,000 years ago. In northern Qilin country and even in the whole of Yunzhong, it has great power. It can be said that as Guifang Devil Monarch's beloved disciple, Yang Qingji plays an important role in Yunzhong. I see. Mo Tiange was moved. Since fellow Daoist Yang has such an identity, he can get whatever he wants. Why would he take the risk to make a deal with fellow Daoist Ling? Upon hearing this question, Ling Yunhe faintly sighed. His gaze once again revealed his exhaustion. How could it be that easy? Although it's good to have a big tree to lean on, there'll always be conflicts when too many people fight for that little shade. No matter how glorious your identity is, you can't do as you please. Seeing his expression and thinking of the internal strife in Ling clan she heard before, Mo Tiange somewhat understood. In the eyes of outsiders, Ling Yunhe was very glorious. He was a genius disciple, loved by the old ancestor, valued by the sect, and could mobilize so many resources to participate in the sect head selection. However, because of this, he didn't get along well with his clansmen. They fought openly and secretly, and he even got injured. In order to avoid this, he pretended to be unable to restore his cultivation level and pretended to be down and out. The helplessness and depression in this matter was very difficult for outsiders to understand. Although Mo Tiange was also a disciple of a great sect, neither her master nor Qin Shi participated in the power struggle, and they also didn't have the burden of a clan, so they were always relaxed. She suddenly remembered that her master was a nascent soul cultivator and had a junior like Qin Shi, but he unexpectedly never thought about establishing a cultivation clan. Was it because of this reason? Guifang Devil Monarch didn't only have one disciple. It's precisely because he's the most valued that some things are more difficult to handle. Ling Yunhe smiled and continued, as for that fellow Daoist Tian Can. He pondered for a while then shook his head. I met that person by accident. He's very strong, but he's too mysterious. Even now, I still can't tell whether he's a friend or a foe. At this point, Ling Yunhe once again looked at Mo Tiange with a meaningful gaze. However, fellow Daoist Qin must have a good relationship with this fellow Daoist Tian Can. Mo Tiange smiled faintly and didn't explain further. What about your younger brother and fellow Daoist Tian? Ling Yunhe was stunned. What do they have to say? Mo Tiange understood and nodded. It seems they're the people fellow Daoist Ling trusts the most. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked them to come with me, Ling Yunhe said. Yunfei has been close to me since we were young. We're both from a branch family of Ling clan, and we're close in age. We've been supporting each other for so many years. As for brother Tian, we've also been friends for many years. For me, he's even more reliable than some people with the same surname. In other words, the two of them are people I don't need to guard against. Ling Yunhe spoke from the bottom of his heart, as if he didn't hide anything. This kind of trust made Mo Tiange feel a bit overboard. She thought Ling Yunhe was right. With her character, she could be befriended but couldn't be deceived. Since other people trusted her, she couldn't do anything that betrayed their trust. This wasn't good. The more he said, the more she would be bound, wouldn't it? Chapter 381. Fellow Daoist Qin. Noticing that someone was approaching, the two of them stopped talking. Then Tiansan's voice came from outside. Fellow Daoist Tiancan. Mo Tiange raised her voice. Tiancan came in from the tree hole and nodded at the two of them. It seems fellow Daoist Ling's injuries are all right. Ling Yunhe showed a friendly but distant smile. Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Tiancan. Where are the others? How are they? Very good. Tiansan's eyes paused on the two of them for a while, then moved away as if nothing had happened. Fellow Daoist Yang said he's fine now. That's good. Ling Yunhe nodded, adjusted the spiritual aura in his body again, and stood up. Let's meet up. After Ling Yunhe walked out, Tiansan's gaze fell on Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange smiled indifferently. The conversation between her and Ling Yunhe didn't affect the agreement between her and Tiancan. If Ling Yunhe didn't turn hostile, she and Tiancan wouldn't have to turn against each other. If Ling Yunhe really had other intentions, she certainly wouldn't resign herself to death because of his words. The three of them walked out of the tree hole with their own thoughts. They found this tree hole when they found Ling Yunhe. This tree hole grew between a place with spiritual aura and a place with devil aura, but it wasn't affected by the two auras. No one knew how long it had been growing here, but it formed a natural tree hole, which was perfect for the heavily injured Ling Yunhe. As for the others, Yang Qingji went to the place with devil aura to heal himself. After Ling Yun had settled down, Ling Yunfei adjusted his breath in a place with spiritual aura nearby. At this thought, Mo Tiange pondered. She came to see Ling Yunhe like this, but Tiancan followed her closely and Ling Yunhe was injured. Wasn't Ling Yunfei worried at all? She always felt Ling Yunhe trusted Ling Yunfei too much. He trusted him so much that he treated him like his own limbs. Not only did he not doubt him, but he also didn't seem to want to win him over. Mo Tiange hoped his trust would be reciprocated. Second brother. Ling Yunfei rushed over in surprise when he saw Ling Yunhe. Are you really okay? Ling Yunhe smiled at him. Yes. Fellow Daoist Qin's medicinal pills are really miraculous. Yes, I have to thank fellow Daoist Qin. Ling Yunfei cupped his hands and bowed towards Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange said faintly, fellow Daoist Yunfei doesn't need to be too polite. I gave you the medicinal pills, but I also accepted your things. Ling Yunfei's healing medicinal pills didn't have any effect, so he used some materials to exchange with others. In the end, Mo Tiange took out her own medicinal pills. The two brothers talked for a while more, and Ling Yunfei excitedly ran off to find Yang Qingji. Very soon, the six of them met up again. Fellow Daoist Yang, how are your injuries? Ling Yunhe asked Yang Qingji with concern. Most of the devil qi on his body dissipated, revealing a pale and unruly face. This wasn't Mo Tiange's first time seeing Yang Qingji's true appearance, but she still found it very interesting. When he was surrounded by the demonic energy, Yang Qingji had always maintained a calm image. In the end, he discovered that he was still such a young and immature youth. The contrast was too great. It's fine. Yang Qingji's voice was low and his expression was wooden. Fellow Daoist Ling, you can continue to move at any time. Ling Yunhe looked at the others and said, that being the case, I won't talk nonsense. We've been delayed for a few days. If we stay in Carefree Valley any longer, even with the soul restraining bead, our cultivation will be affected. Let's go now. We'll talk on the way. Brother Ling, how about your injuries? Tian Jiqin asked. Although you've suppressed your injuries, if you fight, you seem to be a bit weak, right? It doesn't matter. Ling Yun has said, fellow Daoist Qin's medicinal pills are very good. Now that my dantian and meridians are protected, I'll take some healing medicinal pills. It won't be a problem to fight. At most, it'll be a bit troublesome when we return. Is that so? Tian Jiqin looked at Imotianga in surprise. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Qin to not only have outstanding magic weapons, but also have such miraculous medicinal pills. He originally thought it was just some strong healing medicinal pills. He didn't expect it could actually treat the injuries of her dantian and meridians. Imotianga smiled without saying anything. Among the people present, who didn't have some spiritual treasures, she wasn't the only one. After a simple agreement, everyone packed up and once again set out on their journey. Ling Yunhe said the carefree fruit could grow anywhere in Carefree Valley. Moreover, it could burrow into the ground and escape like a living thing. Therefore, they had no other choice but to walk all over Carefree Valley. Carefree Valley was too big, so the process of finding the fruit definitely wouldn't be easy. Before encountering the 3 giant apes, they had just entered the valley, so they hadn't gone to many places yet. From now on, there were many places they had to search, so they couldn't waste any more time. Ling Yunhe and Yang Qingji were injured, so they stayed at the back. Ling Yunfei and Tian Kan led the way, while they and Tian Jiqin walked in the middle. Mo Tiange stayed at the back. After walking for a while, Tian Jiqin turned around and deliberately stopped, waiting for Mo Tiange to catch up. Fellow Daoist Qin. Mo Tiange vigilantly paid attention to her surroundings while nodding calmly. Fellow Daoist Tian, what's the matter? Tian Jiqin hesitated for a moment before saying, when we encountered the giant apes a few days ago, I saw fellow Daoist Qin's magic weapon seem to be a formation tool. Mo Tiange said, it can't be considered a formation tool, it just has the ability of an illusory formation. Tian Jiqian's eyes brightened. This kind of magic weapon is rare. Could fellow Daoist Qin tell me more about it? He added, if it's not convenient, fellow Daoist can talk to me about the Tao of formations. Let's forget about the magic weapon. Before Mo Tiange could say anything, Ling Yunhe, who was walking in front of them, turned around and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Qin, this brother Tian of mine doesn't have any hobbies in his life, but he likes to study the Tao of formations. He's eager to hunt now. If you don't tell him, he'll be itching for several days. If you don't have any secrets, fellow Daoist, please tell me. There's nothing to hide, Mo Tiange said with a smile. It's just that when I was refining the magic weapon, I added some formation-laying methods. A formation expert like fellow Daoist Tian will understand after listening to me. Soon after, Mo Tiange briefly told Tian Jiqin about the illusory formation in the Heaven and Earth Fan. In fact, the illusory formation in the Heaven and Earth Fan wasn't exquisite, but it was a natal magic weapon that could always be nourished in the dantian. If there was anything wrong with it, it could always be modified. Therefore, even if she told Tian Jiqin now, he couldn't just break the illusory formation in the Heaven and Earth Fan. After all, the Tao of formations focused on practicality. Even aura refining formation masters knew the basic Tao of yin and yang of the 5 elements like the back of their hands. However, if they wanted to use it in formations, they needed a deep understanding of it and a subtle grasp of spiritual aura. In this regard, the advantage of the Heaven and Earth Fan was obvious. It could change according to its master's will. Every time it laid an illusory formation, it would be different. As long as the foundation of the illusory formation was grasped, the Heaven and Earth Fan could change itself at will. Tian Jiqian's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Most of the cultivators in our 5 Elements Valley's natal magic weapons are formation-laying tools, but none of them are like fellow Daoish Qin. You can move and stay still, attack and defend at the same time. Not only can you lay formations at any time, but you can also use spells to break the enemy. It turns out fellow Daoish Qin has such profound attainments in formations. I've benefited a lot from your words. Thank you, thank you. As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly. Mo Tiange smiled and said, although I've learned the Tao of formations from my family, I'm not a formation master like fellow Daoist Tian. The reason I was able to refine this kind of magic weapon was because of my elder's guidance. I didn't do it alone. Oh. Tian Jiqian became even more excited. May I know where fellow Daoist Qin lives? Can I pay you a visit? This. Mo Tiange shook her head awkwardly. Fellow Daoist Tian should know that I've lived in the outer endless sea for a long time, which is quite far from Yunzhong. I'm afraid it won't be convenient. Oh. Tian Jiqian looked disappointed. Brother Tian. Ling Yun had turned around and said with a smile, if worst comes to worst, we'll invite fellow Daoist Qin to stay in our Ling clan for a while after this is done. You two can exchange more about the Tao of formations. You're right. Tian Jiqian became happy again. He cupped his hands towards Mo Tiange and said, fellow Daoist Qin, please don't refuse. I also want to invite fellow Daoist Qin to our 5 Elements Valley to exchange more pointers with us. Mo Tiange smiled. It's also my honor to exchange pointers with the formation masters of 5 Elements Valley. Then it's a deal. Tian Jiqian said hurriedly, afraid she'd go back on her word. Mo Tiange smiled helplessly. Although she was proficient in the Tao of formations, she might not be as good as a master like Tian Jiqian. However, when he heard there was a formation technique he didn't know, he eagerly asked for advice. He was really an idiot. Second brother. Ling Yunfei turned around and said hesitantly, there seems to be something in front of us. Mo Tiange had long noticed that the fluctuation of breath in front of them was unusual. Ling Yunhe's divine sense wasn't inferior to hers, so he must have noticed it long ago. However, his expression remained the same, so he must have already prepared a countermeasure. Sure enough, Ling Yunhe said calmly, I know. Continue. Oh. Ling Yunfei turned around and continued to lead the way. After walking for a while, they saw a stone forest filled with oddly shaped rocks. Ling Yunfei and Tian Can stopped in their tracks. Second brother, this is, between the strange stones in the stone forest, there were spiritual light and devil light visible to the naked eye, as well as light particles floating in the air. In all her years of life, Mo Tiange had never seen such a strange and bizarre scene. In the inner valley of Carefree Valley, spiritual aura, devil aura, and filthy aura were intertwined and distributed as if they were demarcated on a chessboard. Each had its own territory and didn't interfere with the other. The outer valley, on the other hand, was a place where the 3 qi intersected and the qi was chaotic. Once cultivators entered, their qi would be affected and become unstable. They needed the spirit restraining orb and Tian Jiqian's array to display their usual strength. But in this stone forest, it was completely different from the outer valley and the other places in the inner valley. It could be said that its aura was mixed, but the 3 auras all turned into spiritual light and danced in the air. It could be said that its aura was stable, but the filthy aura of spirit and devil aura were mixed together, so ordinary people couldn't step in at all. The scene in front of them was like pouring 3 kinds of pigments into water, stirring them, and mixing them into a new color that was indistinguishable from each other. Upon a closer look, these 3 lights were clearly separated by a similar distance, yet they seemed to interweave into a net, blocking everyone's path. How do we get past this? Tian Can muttered to himself. He looked around, but there was no other way out. When he flew into the air, he realized that this net went all the way to the sky. Even if he could fly past it, it would be beyond the range of Ling Yunhe's senses. In that case, if the carefree fruit was in the stone forest, he wouldn't be able to sense it. Fellow Taoist Ling, you have a way, right? Tian Can asked. Ling Yunhe nodded. Of course. Chapter 382. Ling Yunhe took out a jade bottle from his Qianquan bag and raised his hand. The jade bottle flew up and floated in the air. Brother Tian! Ling Yunhe shouted. Tian Jiqian immediately answered, I know. As he spoke, he pointed with his spiritual aura and the jade plate in his hand spun rapidly. Right at that moment, a puff of smoke rose from the jade bottle in the air. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance appeared in their surroundings, making them feel refreshed. The spiritual aura inside their bodies started to circulate faster. On Tian Jiqian's jade plate, yin and yang flashed and the 5 elements moved from slow to fast and from fast to slow. After a long time, it finally stopped. When the needle on the jade plate stopped completely, Tian Jiqian pointed with his right hand and shot out an invisible spiritual energy. Stop. A steady force flowed out, and the light of the 3 qi in the surroundings suddenly stopped, no longer drifting. Ling Yunhe immediately jumped up. An ordinary cloth bag appeared in his hand. He began to wave it left and right, collecting the light particles condensed from the 3 qis into the bag as if they were tangible beads. As he waved the cloth bag, the light particles in the stone forest became fewer and fewer, gradually clearing a path. After a while, Ling Yunhe finally stopped. He wiped his face and said to the others, Fellow Taoist Qin, fellow Taoist Tian Can, use your spiritual aura to protect us. Mo Tiange and Tian Can nodded. They then used their auras to form a spiritual aura barrier around the 6 of them, blocking the light of the 3 qis outside. Second brother, are your injuries okay? Ling Yunfei asked. They're fine. It's just a loss of spiritual aura. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's go. The 6 of them entered the passage. When they reached the end, Ling Yunhe handed the cloth bag to Ling Yunfei. Ling Yunfei used the same method to clear a path. Although Ling Yunfei's cultivation level wasn't high, he wasn't bad at spells. Moreover, the stone forest wasn't too deep, so the path was cleared very quickly. When the 6 of them were about to walk out of the stone forest, the jade bottle in the air suddenly swayed and fell from above. Brother Ling. Tian Jiqian reacted quickly, and hurriedly retreated as he shouted. Seeing this, Ling Yunhe's expression changed. He crossed his hands and made a set of complicated hand seals, hitting the jade bottle. Halfway to the ground, the cloud-ascending crane caught the jade bottle and stopped its fall. However, it could not stabilize itself. It swayed as if it was struggling between 2 forces. Ling Yunhe's face flushed red as he struggled to form another set of hand seals. Finally, the jade bottle slowly stabilized. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to continue forward, the 3 lights that had been cleared suddenly flashed again, intertwining to form a net that trapped the 6 of them in the center. At the same time, the fragrance emitted by the jade bottle suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Young Qingji looked around and said, It seems like the aura has suddenly become chaotic. Everyone else felt what he said. The moment Ling Yunhe's jade bottle swayed, the originally stable light of the 3 qi in the stone forest suddenly became chaotic. It seemed that there was no order to follow, and it began to crisscross chaotically. This situation was a little similar to when they first entered the outer valley, but the 3 qis here were even more complicated and intertwined, making the situation even more complicated and inexplicably strange. What should we do? Ling Yunfei turned around and asked Ling Yunhe. Ling Yunhe's face turned green, and he didn't say anything for a long time. The fragrance emitted by the jade bottle was a kind of spiritual item that could refresh one's spirit. It could temporarily increase their strength while they were surrounded by the light of the three qi. Under such circumstances, Tian Jiqian used the jade plate to stabilize the yin, yang, and 5 elements in the surroundings and then used the cloth bag to clear the light of the three qi. This way, it wouldn't cause the surrounding aura to become turbulent and cause more variables. But now, the power of the light of the three qi exceeded his estimation. The jade bottle couldn't hold on any longer. Without the jade bottle's help, Tian Jiqian's ability wasn't strong enough to maintain the secret technique. The stable situation they previously maintained collapsed in an instant. What should we do? Mo Tiange's mind was also spinning quickly. Should she help Tian Jiqian stabilize the yin, yang, and 5 elements in the surroundings and let him use the technique again? No. Tian Jiqian's face was pale. Obviously, he used too much of his spiritual aura just now. Ordinary core formation cultivators couldn't use techniques like stabilizing the yin, yang, and 5 elements. Even if he wanted to use it now, he might not be able to. Should he protect his spiritual aura and rush out? That wouldn't work either. The light of the three qi was too strange. It definitely couldn't be withstood by a simple spiritual aura protection. Before she could figure out what to do, Ling Yunhe suddenly took out the spirit confining bead from his robe. He touched the space between his eyebrows, forcing out a drop of blood essence and smearing it on the spirit confining bead. In an instant, the bead shone brightly and flew into the air. When the spirit confining bead's light and the light of the three qi collided, a low buzzing sound rang out. Everyone felt their minds go into a trance and the surrounding aura changed again. The spirit confining bead's light carried a formidable power, wanting to subdue the light of the three qi. The light of the three qi was unwilling to be subdued and resisted with all its strength. The two forces were both very powerful and began to compete with each other. Comparatively speaking, the momentum of the spirit confining bead was a bit stronger. Since this bead was Ling clan's heirloom, it wasn't easily revealed in front of others, so it naturally had its own peculiarities. Just now, Ling Yunhe fed it blood essence, so its momentum was even more astonishing. However, although the momentum of the light of the three qi was inferior, they were connected and supported each other, while the spirit confining bead was isolated and helpless. As time went by, the light of the spirit confining bead became weaker and weaker, while the light of the three qi became brighter and brighter. No! Ling Yunfei shouted, "Second brother, this won't do. The spirit confining bead's power isn't enough." How could Ling Yunhe not know? The spirit confining bead could control the chaotic spiritual energy around it, but it couldn't sort it out. It could only subdue it. However, to subdue it required a much more powerful force. If it wasn't enough, then it could only be destroyed. However, he couldn't think of any other way. He was good at fighting but not at dealing with this kind of chaotic situation. This was why he specially asked Tian Jiqian to come with him. But now, Tian Jiqian was powerless even though he wanted to. Seeing that the light of the spirit confining bead was getting weaker and weaker, the others knew that they couldn't rely on it anymore. They weren't people who would wait for death without a fight. In an instant, they all used their own techniques. Yang Qingji's ghost face banner unfurled. Demonic energy gathered, forming a line that surrounded the 6 of them. Tian Kan didn't say a word. Suddenly, he punched the ground fiercely, causing dust to fly up and forming a circle of wind around the 6 of them. Ling Yunfei threw out a small flag. The small flag grew in the wind and became as big as a mat, withstanding the pressure from above. Just then, there was another buzz. The light of the spirit confining bead suddenly extinguished, and it fell from the sky. Ling Yunhe reached out to take it, his face ashen. This spirit-confining bead was personally given to him by the Ling family's nascent soul stage ancestors. This represented their trust and expectation towards him. But now, the light of the spirit-confining bead was extinguished, and it had lost all its power. Even if it wasn't destroyed, its vitality was greatly damaged. If he could successfully bring the carefree fruit back and obtain the position of sect leader, this price would be worth it. But now, they were surrounded by the light of 3 qi. They might not even be able to keep their lives. There was no time to think. After the spirit-confining bead was extinguished, the other 3's defensive methods were met with a strong impact. Luckily, although the 3 of them looked troubled, they were able to hold on. Ling Yunfei held on with difficulty for a while. With a pale face, he shouted, "Second brother, we can't. We have to find a way to stabilize our aura, otherwise, they would be like a lone boat on the sea in a storm, torn to pieces by the waves." Ling Yunhe didn't say a word and reached into his spirit beast pouch. The 5th rank vulture let out an ear-piercing cry and rushed out. Death energy filled the air, blocking the filthy energy that was rushing towards them. Mo Tiange shook her sleeve, and the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram was thrown into the air. With a flash of spiritual light, the scroll slowly unfolded. As the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram unfolded, waves of spiritual aura rippled around the scroll. This wave of light slowly spread, and wherever it reached, the aura fluctuations gradually stabilized. Upon seeing this, Ling Yunhe was overjoyed. Fellow Daoist Qin. The spirit-confining bead's function in breaking restrictions was superior to the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram. However, the real use of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram was to sort out spiritual aura and stabilize yin, yang, and the 5 elements. After a while, the spiritual aura and devil aura were sorted out by the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram, leaving only the filthy aura drifting around. However, as long as the spiritual aura fluctuation stabilized, this wasn't a difficult thing for the 6 of them. Tian Jiqian swallowed a medicinal pill, then spun the jade plate again, quickly laying an invisible formation. Soon after, Ling Yunhe threw out a defensive magic weapon, which formed several lines of defense with the others' defensive magic weapons. With the addition of the vulture's dead aura, the situation finally stabilized. When the 6 of them came out of the stone forest, they all felt exhausted. Ling Yunhe and Yang Qingji were injured, Ling Yunfei and Tian Jiqian cleared the 3 auras, and Mo Tiange and Tiancan used their aura to protect the others. In the end, the 6 of them attacked together, almost using all their trump cards, and their spiritual aura was greatly damaged. However, Mo Tiange still had it easy. She had the primal chaos origin, so her spiritual aura circulation was fast. In addition, she had the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram in her sleeve, so she was less affected by the 3 auras intertwining. When they came out, the 6 of them were so exhausted that they almost couldn't care less about their appearances. They directly sat on the ground, panting heavily. After a while, Ling Yunfei calmed down and looked back at the stone forest with lingering fear. Fortunately, the fretless fruit isn't here. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Ling Yunhe had already calmed down and was sitting cross-legged to adjust his breath. When he heard what Mo Tiange said, he shook his head. It's better here. Although the 3 auras in the stone forest are troublesome, there's always a way to solve them. It's always troublesome to find the fretless fruit, but it'll be easy once we find it. Second brother. Ling Yunfei was dissatisfied. We almost died in there, but you make it sound so easy. Ling Yunhe didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, These fellow Taoists aren't ordinary people. They won't die so easily. As he spoke, He glanced at the others one by one and finally fixed his gaze on Emotianga. Fellow Daoish Qin, I have to thank you this time. Fortunately, you have such a treasure. Emotianga was leaning against a tree to rest. She was the most relaxed among the 6 of them, but she also consumed a lot of spiritual aura. Right now, she swallowed some high-grade restorative panaceas and took several middle-grade spirit stones to replenish her spiritual aura. Upon hearing Ling Yunha's voice, she opened her eyes. Even without my magic weapon, fellow Taoists should have been able to escape safely. Fellow Taoist Ling is too polite. But with this thing, it'll be a lot easier for us. Ling Yunha, who was still staring at her, suddenly asked, Fellow Daoish Qin, where did you get such an amazing spiritual treasure? Chapter 383. Silence. When Ling Yunha asked that question, all 5 people's gazes fell on Emotianga. Some of them were curious, and some were even more vigilant, but no one spoke. Just saying she came from the outer endless sea certainly couldn't dispel their doubts. The cultivators in Yunzhong had a deep-rooted belief that the cultivators in the outer endless sea couldn't compare to those in Yunzhong. Even the continents in the outer endless sea, Yuanzhou and Shaoyang, were the same. But this female cultivator who called herself Qin Wei didn't think so. Her natal magic weapon and spiritual beast were unusual, and now she even had a magic weapon that was almost as good as the soul-restricting bead. Even in Yunzhong, there weren't many cultivators like her. According to her, she had an elder in her family who had profound cultivation levels and many spiritual treasures. How could such a cultivation clan exist in a desolate place like the outer endless sea? It had to be known that clans and sects were always matched with spirit veins. It was impossible for low-grade spirit veins to produce large clans with high-grade cultivators, but high-grade spirit veins would sooner or later become the base of large sects or cultivation clans. The outer endless sea was famous for being desolate. Even if there were spirit veins on the sea, they couldn't compare to those large spirit veins in Yunzhong. So how could such a large clan appear? Under the gazes of the 5 people, Emotianga looked calm and said faintly, I came from the outer endless sea by crossing the sea. After a long time, Ling Yunha moved the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. The outer endless sea. I never thought there would be a cultivator like fellow Daoish Qin in the outer endless sea. If there's a chance, I must go to fellow Daoish Qin's hometown to take a look. Okay, if we're fated. After Emotianga finished speaking, she glanced at her temporary companions with a warning look. She gently tapped the heaven and earth fan in her hand, smiled, and closed her eyes to adjust her breath. She was warning some people not to attack her easily, or they would have to pay the price. Among the 6 people, her spiritual aura consumption was the lowest. Moreover, in Carefree Valley where the aura was chaotic, the treasures she had were more suitable for survival than theirs. After a short adjustment, the 6 people gathered again. What should we do now? Ling Yunfei was the first to lose his patience. He looked at Ling Yunha and asked, should we continue? Of course, fellow cultivator Ling, Yang Qingji interrupted Ling Yunha before he could finish his sentence. He said coldly, I don't agree to continue. We are either injured or our cultivations are damaged. If we continue like this, we will all die here. I agree, Tiancan said coldly. Fellow cultivator Ling, I don't care about the others. I did accept your gift to do my job, but the gift you gave me is not worth my life. While they were talking, Ling Yunha listened with a smile on his face. When Tiancan finished, he looked at Emotianga and asked, what about fellow Daoish Qin? Emotianga tapped the heaven and earth fan lightly and said faintly, what fellow Daoist Yang and fellow Daoist Tiancan said isn't unreasonable. So, all 3 fellow Taoists feel that it's inappropriate to continue. Emotianga and the others didn't answer, but but their expressions already showed their attitude. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more they cherished their lives. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the core formation realm, and it was even more difficult for them to be as successful as they were. Moreover, they were between 100 and 300 years old, which was too young for core formation cultivators. How could they be willing to lose their lives here? Tian Jiqian hesitated for a moment before he also said, "Brother Ling, I also think that right now, we're all injured and weak. If we continue to search, it'll be very difficult to find any results." Ling Yunfei looked at the others and finally said, "Second brother, I'll listen to you." Ling Yunhe nodded and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, you're too impatient. I didn't say we should continue right now." Everyone was startled by his words. Ling Yunhe sighed and said, "Before I left, I promised that I would put everyone's lives first. Besides, your concerns are very reasonable. Fellow Taoist Yang and I are injured, and the other fellow Taoists have used too much spiritual power. If we continue, I'm afraid we'll die here before we find the worryless fruit. I came here to find the worryless fruit and take back the position of sect leader. I don't want to die here for nothing." Ling Yunhe's attitude made everyone sigh in relief. If he insisted, it would be difficult to deal with them. Even if they split up, it would be very difficult for them to leave the worryless valley safely. This worryless valley was too strange. Yang Qingji softened his tone and asked, "Then what does fellow Taoist Ling think we should do next?" "Naturally, we'll continue after we rest and reorganize," Ling Yunhe said. "We lost too much just now, so we need to recover our strength first." "Fellow Taoist Yang, how long do you think it'll take for your injuries to recover?" Yang Qingji lowered his head, calculated, and answered, 3 days later, I'll be fine." "Oh." Ling Yunhe was shocked. Although he didn't know much about the cultivation of a demonic cultivator, he could tell that Yang Qingji's injuries were not light. How could he be fine in 3 days? He quickly regained his composure and said, "Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Yang to wait a bit longer. My injuries might need 5 days." Ling Yunhe didn't wait for the others to answer and turned to Mo Tiange. "Fellow Taoist Qin, does your magic weapon have the effect of stabilizing spiritual aura?" "Yes," Mo Tiange answered frankly. In any case, she had already used the Tai Chi 8 diagrams, so she didn't need to hide it. Ling Yunhe said, "My soul restraining bead is too damaged and can't be used for the time being. Can I borrow your magic weapon?" Mo Tiange smiled. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Ling. During this time, I'll use the Tai Chi 8 diagrams and cooperate with fellow Taoist Tian to ensure that you won't be affected by the chaotic aura in the worryless valley and that you'll be able to exert your strength." "Good. I'm grateful for fellow Taoist Qin's help." Ling Yunhe expressed his gratitude and said to the others, "With fellow Taoist Qin's magic weapon and brother Tian's attainments in formations, it shouldn't be a problem for us to stay in the valley for a few days. During these days, fellow Taoist Yang and I will heal our injuries while the others can rest. We'll continue after we've recovered our strength. What do you think?" "I have no objection." Yang Qingji was the first to agree. He then nodded at the others and said, "I'm going to find a place to heal my injuries. If there's anything else, you can look for me." After Yang Qingji left, Tian Can also stood up. "That being the case, I'll also go rest. I used too much spiritual aura just now." After the two of them left, Ling Yunhe looked at Mo Tiange helplessly. "Fellow Taoist Qin, then you, I'll also go rest." Mo Tiange nodded at the three of them, then found a place in Tian Jiqian's defensive formation. After casting a spell on the Tai Chi 8 diagrams, she also closed her eyes and began to meditate. Seeing the three of them recuperating and meditating, Ling Yunhe, Tian Jiqian, and Tian Jiqian sat in silence for a while. Tian Jiqian asked, "Brother Ling, are they really reliable?" Ling Yunhe's gaze moved back and forth between Yang Qingji, Tian Can, and Mo Tiange. In the end, he shook his head. I don't know. Second brother. Ling Yunfei raised his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. I don't understand. Why did you look for outsiders? Don't tell me there aren't many people you can trust in our Ling clan and the entire Juyan sect. Ling Yunhe was speechless for a long time when he saw Ling Yunfei's puzzled expression. Then, he called out again, second brother. I know you've always been smarter than me, but you shouldn't always keep things to yourself. I really want to know what you're thinking. I'm sorry, Yunfei. Ling Yunhe was stunned by Ling Yunfei's distressed expression. He then apologized, I wasn't thoughtful enough. I thought these things weren't important to you, then tell me, Ling Yunfei said, second brother, I hope I can help you. I don't want to be kept in the dark. Ling Yunhe was silent for a long time before he slowly nodded. All right. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and thought for a while before he said, the Juyan sect head selection has always been a power struggle between the sect and the clan. Every 100 years, during the sect head selection, there's always some internal strife and even some elite cultivators we've trained with great difficulty are lost. The Grand Elders obviously know about these things, but why has the sect head selection continued and never been abolished? Why? Ling Yunfei asked. I've thought about this before, but I don't understand. Because. Ling Yunhe sighed and said, because our Juyan sect is too big. It's so big that we have no rivals in the entire Yunzhong. It's so big that there are many factions, forming cliques for personal gain. We've lost the indifferent heart of a cultivator. Under these circumstances, if there's no internal strife to exhaust their energy and clear up the grievances between them, then in the end, as the conflicts accumulate, the Juyan sect will be like a long embankment that's long been eaten away by termites. It will collapse in one day and be completely destroyed. As Ling Yunhe spoke, Ling Yunfei's face became paler and paler. In the end, it almost turned into shock. Our Juyan sect has already reached such a stage. Even Tian Jiqian frowned. It can't be. He was a cultivator from the Five Elements Valley. Although the Five Elements Valley was considered a large sect in the country of Eastern Tang, it wasn't at the level of the Juyan sect. Its nature was also different from the Juyan sect. There wasn't such a complicated situation. I also hope that's not the case. Ling Yunhe smiled bitterly. But, this matter isn't considered a secret in the entire Yunzhong. Brother Tian, the few Grand Supreme Elders of your Five Elements Valley are also well aware of this. Is that so? Tian Jiqian muttered in disbelief. The ancestors of our Juyan sect have produced many talented people. This situation has long been discovered by them. That's why there's this sect leader selection. Those who are defeated in the sect struggle have a chance to restart every 100 years. This way, although there are conflicts between the various factions of the sect, they can be controlled to a certain extent. Ling Yunfei was silent for a while, then asked, what does this have to do with you choosing to travel with an outsider, second brother? Ling Yunhe smiled. At this moment, there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. Yunfei, let me ask you. In the entire Ling clan, in the entire sect, how many core formation disciples don't belong to a faction and are independent of power? Ling Yunfei was startled. Not many can escape, Ling Yunhe said faintly. Ling Yunhe said calmly, sometimes, in front of benefits, the feelings of fellow disciples and brothers are insignificant. Even if they are unwilling, they have no choice. It's just like how I ended up falling out with my big brother. Ling Yunfei was silent. Ling Yunhe sighed again and reached out to pat his head. Ever since he grew up, he hadn't patted his younger brother's head for many years. I just don't want to give them a chance to fall out with me, he said with a smile. Yunfei, second brother, didn't tell you because it's better for you. In the Ling clan, in the Juyan sect, to be able to simply cultivate is really a very happy thing. Chapter 384. Mo Tiange didn't know what the Ling brothers were talking about. After resting for half a day, her spiritual aura had recovered. At that moment, a spiritual aura fluctuation came from not far away, and a golden fox ran towards them. Squeak! Fei Fei ran into Mo Tiange's arms and rubbed against her like a spoiled child. Mo Tiange randomly picked up a medicinal pill and fed it like an ordinary cultivator pacifying a spiritual beast, but the two of them were communicating with their divine comprehensions. Fei Fei, why did you come back? Did you find anything? Although Carefree Valley's terrain was complex and the spiritual aura was chaotic, it wasn't a problem for Fei Fei. Fei Fei was a kind of spiritual beast that lacked magical power but could quickly adapt to its surroundings. Its own spiritual aura was very gentle and almost didn't conflict with other auras. Mo Tiange remembered that when she got the stone tablet that recorded the so-called Divine Dragon's secret technique from Ren Yufeng, she almost lost her mind. It was Fei Fei who saved her. Its spiritual aura was gentle and stable, which could clear people's minds. Fei Fei wagged its tail and ate the medicinal pill. It raised its head and asked instead of answering, "What's this? Don't you have clear sky pills?" Mo Tiange knocked its head. "There are so many people, how can I take clear sky pills? If other people knew I gave clear sky pills to spiritual beasts, wouldn't they immediately want to kill me?" Even in Yunzhong, medicinal pills like clear sky pills were rare. These core formation cultivators could at most guarantee that they would always have this kind of medicinal pill to take, but it was impossible for them to give it to spiritual beasts. Fei Fei licked its lips as if it hadn't had enough and casually accepted this explanation. "All right. But master, after we're done, you have to give me a bottle." Mo Tiange was speechless for a while and had no choice but to agree. "I know. Tell me what you encountered first." "Nothing." After eating the medicinal pill, Fei Fei leaned on her arms and said lazily while grinding its teeth, "There was just a sacrificial temple." "Sacrificial temple?" Mo Tiange was stunned. "What sacrificial temple?" "Oh, a sacrificial temple dedicated to the divine beast Black Tortoise. There are some strange things inside." "Divine beast Black Tortoise?" Mo Tiange asked, "Are you talking about the 4 symbols and 5 spirits divine beast Black Tortoise?" "Of course, otherwise, where would there be a divine beast, the Black Tortoise?" While combing its beautiful fur, Fei Fei answered casually, "I didn't expect that after so many years, I could still find a temple worshipping one of the 4 mythological beasts in the human world. Well, it looks very old. It should be something from millions of years ago." Several million years ago. Could it be that the god realm had just been established, and the demon and spirit realms had yet to be separated into the primordial era? Mo Tiange suddenly recalled her experience many years ago. She once found a divine dragon sacrificial temple in the northernmost glacier in the celestial pole, at the bottom of the northernmost sea. Looking at the murals inside, they were indeed something from several million years ago. Could it be that there was some connection between the two? Where is this shrine? Well, this is really hard to say. Fei Fei finished combing its golden fur and began to examine its claws. "It was Stone who brought me there. About to the west, there is a waterfall. At the bottom of the waterfall, there is a vortex formed by the 3 energies." Fei Fei didn't have a very clear idea of directions. This was related to the fact that it could always find a guide. Besides, it was originally lazy and didn't want to remember these things. "Don't look at me like that." Fei Fei lazily leaned on her chest and rolled around. "Although I can't explain it clearly, it won't be a problem to take you there. All right. Mo Tiange was already very satisfied that it could say that. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Did you go into that sacrificial temple? What's the situation? What's inside?" A sacrificial temple is a sacrificial temple. What's the situation? Fei Fei. All right, all right. Fei Fei raised its claws in surrender. You're the master, so you have the final say. What do you want to know? What does that sacrificial temple look like? Are there any traces of people? The black tortoise is worshipped inside. Does it have any wonderful power? Fei Fei tilted its head and thought for a moment. It then said slowly, "That sacrificial temple is very big and has a lot of tunnels. If it wasn't for stone leading me, I definitely would have gotten lost. There's a shrine inside that worshipped the Colossus black tortoise. Oh, its aura is very powerful." Fei Fei's eyes were filled with confusion. It's very strange. The sacrificial temple from millions of years ago actually retains the aura of such a powerful divine beast and hasn't dissipated. Black tortoise's aura. Mo Tiange asked tentatively. Right, it's indeed the black tortoise's aura. Fei Fei wagged its tail and smacked its lips pitifully. Why isn't it the white tiger? What's wrong with the white tiger? Mo Tiange didn't understand. What's the difference between the white tiger and the black tortoise? Stupid. Fei Fei rolled its eyes at her. The 4 symbols and 5 spirits all have their own 5 elements. The black tortoise's attribute is water, and the white tiger's attribute is metal. If it's the white tiger's, since I'm the descendant of a divine beast, I can absorb the white tiger's aura to enhance my strength. What do you mean? You don't believe me? No. You can continue. Fei Fei thought for a moment and said, "The black tortoise's aura is very powerful. The demonic beasts left in Carefree Valley are really strange. They can actually retain 3 auras at the same time. It has a lot to do with this black tortoise sacrificial temple. What do they have to do with it?" Well. Fei Fei thought for a while and said, "Let's put it this way. The reason they can survive in such a strange environment is because of the black tortoise's aura. After I came into contact with the demonic beasts here, I found they all have a weak black tortoise's aura." Mo Tiange didn't speak for a long time. Fei Fei blinked and asked, "Master, what are you thinking about?" Wait. Mo Tiange felt she seemed to have grasped a key point. The northernmost sea, the divine dragon sacrificial temple, the divine dragon's aura, the divine dragon monument. Carefree Valley in the clouds, the black tortoise sacrificial temple, the black tortoise's aura, the demonic beasts that survived with the help of the black tortoise's aura. There must be some kind of connection between these 2 sacrificial temples. According to Fei Fei's description, the existence of this black tortoise sacrificial temple was very similar to the divine dragon sacrificial temple she saw before. They both had strong divine beast auras and main halls for worship. Are there any remains of the divine beast black tortoise in this sacrificial temple? Mo Tiange asked. Fei Fei thought for a while then shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen it before. This sacrificial temple is too big, and sure too only took me inside to see it. If there were also remains of the divine beast black tortoise in this sacrificial temple, then this sacrificial temple was completely similar to the divine dragon sacrificial temple she saw before. They must be from the same period, and it was very likely the work of the same group of people. She didn't know why, but she always felt there must be some secret here. Otherwise, the divine beast's aura wouldn't have been preserved for so long. It seems I have to go there, Mo Tiange murmured. I have to go there. Fei Fei looked around then said, Master, do you want to go alone or take them with you? This. Mo Tiange was stunned. This was indeed a problem. The last time they found the divine dragon sacrificial temple, they had so many people, but more than half of them died. If she took others to the black tortoise sacrificial temple this time, there would definitely be problems. She didn't believe any cultivator could resist the temptation of the divine beast's aura. It should be said that the higher one's cultivation level was, the more they couldn't resist this kind of temptation. This time, her companions were all very strong, so she wasn't sure she could win. But if she didn't take them with her, how could she go to the sacrificial temple? This trip was invited by Ling Yunhe. The reason why there were 6 people was because they needed to work together to ensure their safety in Carefree Valley. If she left these people, even if she had so many spiritual treasures and the help of 3 5th-rank spiritual beasts, she didn't think she could leave safely. If it doesn't work, I can only wait and see. After thinking for a long time, Mo Tiange still didn't think there was a perfect plan. She wasn't an impulsive person. Since she couldn't guarantee her safety, she might as well come back later. Whatever. In any case, it's not White Tiger, so it has nothing to do with me. Fei Fei Yan then lazily leaned on her chest, found a comfortable position, and went to sleep, leaving Mo Tiange alone to continue thinking. 5 days passed in a flash. Sure enough, Yang Qingji finished healing on the 3rd day and came back to meet them. As for Ling Yunhe, he also recovered his spirit on the 5th day. Mo Tiange guessed their injuries weren't completely healed. They just used some kind of secret technique to suppress their injuries. She didn't care about these things. She just wanted to leave this trip safely. Whether their cultivation levels dropped or not had nothing to do with her. In the past few days, Yang Qingji and Ling Yunhe were focused on recuperating. Ling Yunfei looked like he had a lot on his mind. Tian Ken was lazy, as if he didn't want to bother with anything. Only Tian Jiqin came to talk to her frequently, discussing the Tao of array formations. Reportedly, Tian Jiqin joined 5 Elements Valley when he was young and was immersed in the Tao of formations. Although his aptitude was quite good, he usually didn't care much about cultivation. The reason why he persisted in cultivating until the middle stage of the core formation realm was because his cultivation level was too low, so he couldn't understand the realms of formations. As for Mo Tiange, Yi clan was only a small cultivation clan, so the formations they inherited weren't very brilliant. However, she later obtained the Xuanji formation book and the ancient books in the virtual sky world. Coupled with her always serious and diligent attitude, she grasped a lot of the essence of formation theory and finally stepped into the realm of a formation expert. In terms of formation knowledge, she wasn't inferior to those formation masters, but in terms of specific application, she was still inferior to those formation masters who immersed themselves in setting up formations every day. From this aspect, one of them was good at practicality, while the other was knowledgeable. The 2 of them discussed the Tao of formations and felt they benefited a lot and made great progress. In order to get more formation theories from Mo Tiange, Tian Jiqin told her everything he knew, which also broadened Mo Tiange's horizons. Although the cultivation paths of Yunzhong and the Celestial Pole were roughly the same, they didn't communicate with each other. Each had developed for more than 100,000 years, so both places had their own secrets that the other didn't know. As a result, both Mo Tiange and Tian Jiqin gained a lot from each other. This reminded Mo Tiange of what Martial Uncle Zhenyang said before she left. If Xianqing School's cultivators cultivated to a certain level and traveled to Yunzhong, they would definitely benefit greatly and the strength of the school would increase greatly. Now she knew that Martial Uncle Zhenyang, as a late-stage cultivator, was really farsighted. After Ling Yunhe's injuries were healed, the 6 of them gathered again, finished their discussion, and set off again. In the next few days, although there were occasional crises, they were all daunting but not dangerous. Unfortunately, there was still no news about the fretless fruit. Chapter 385. Be careful. Ling Yunhe's warning rang in her ears. Mo Tiange instantly moved away from her original position. When she looked down, she saw that the place where she was standing was completely covered by a black aura. Soon after, the black aura slowly dissipated and disappeared without a trace. This was the 10th day since they entered Carefree Valley. They had already searched more than half of the inner valley. Half a day ago, Ling Yun had finally sensed the location of the Carefree fruit, and they were now heading towards their destination. Right now, they were in a strange black aura swamp. It was gloomy, with countless black liquids and gases floating around. Even core formation cultivators like them didn't know what they were. They only knew they were poisonous. Originally, they thought this swamp was too dangerous and wanted to find another way. However, the place Ling Yun had finally sensed was in the depths of this swamp. With no other choice, they could only brace themselves and enter the swamp. This swamp was very strange. They couldn't fly here, and all their flying magic weapons were useless. They couldn't even fly in the air. Unfortunately, there was also a kind of monster living in this swamp. It was as big as an otter, and its body was covered with extremely hard black scales. It could move freely in the swamp, and if its attack missed, it would immediately turn into black aura and flee, giving them a huge headache. In terms of strength, outstanding core formation cultivators like them wouldn't be afraid of these monsters at all. However, these monsters were too cunning. In this swamp, their hands and feet were tied, so they could only be careful and vigilant at all times. Yang Qingji frowned, feeling very depressed. I really want to dig 3 feet into the ground and tear this strange thing into pieces. Mo Tiange smiled bitterly. Wasn't this also what the others were thinking? These people weren't afraid of fights of magical power or fighting each other, but they really hated this kind of situation where they couldn't hit or kill and were constantly being harassed. In this kind of situation, their attention was often diverted, and in the long run, they would become less vigilant. Yesterday, Ling Yunfei had almost fallen into a trap. Fortunately, Ling Yunhe had released his spirit beast, the vulture, to guard the surroundings, which saved Ling Yunfei's life in time. However, his spirit beast was also injured, so he could only put it back into the spirit beast pouch to rest. There was also Tian Can. In a moment of carelessness, he threw a punch at the monster, but he was entangled by the black gas and almost lost one of his hands. The black water in the swamp was unknown, but it was extremely corrosive. If one was splashed by it and didn't deal with it in time, they would be corroded. This was also the reason why they were so restricted and had to be careful even when using magic treasures. As they used the soaring cloud crane to sense the location of the fretless fruit, they carefully crossed the swamp with their heads lowered. The group walked at an extremely slow pace. The most leisurely person was Tian Jiqin. His strength was not obvious among the group, but he was an array master. In this chaotic carefree valley, his role was irreplaceable. Hence, everyone took care of him first. At this moment, he only needed to stabilize the surrounding spiritual energy. After several hours like this, Tian Can also felt impatient. How much longer do we have to walk? Ling Yun has stopped. After sensing for a while, he said, the aura of the spiritual treasure shouldn't be too far from here. Based on our current speed, we'll reach it in half a day if there are no accidents. All right. Tian Can endured the cruelty. He bandaged his wounds again and followed them. Fellow Daoist Tian Jiqin looked at his hand and asked, how's your injury? It's a bit troublesome, Tian Can said with a frown. I really don't know what the hell this thing is. Fellow Daoist Tian Can, rest assured. Ling Yun had turned his head and said, when we go back, I'll think of a way to cure your injury. Tian Can snorted. No need. If we can go back, I'll find a way. Facing his impolite attitude, Ling Yunhe smiled and didn't say anything. Another monster appeared under his feet, so he hurriedly dodged it. At that moment, Mo Tiange raised her head and looked at the boundless black swamp. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Corrosive black aura, elusive monsters, and the fretless fruit. Why did she feel that this combination was very strange? Wasn't the fretless fruit a spiritual object? Why would it hide in such a gloomy place like the black swamp? Wasn't it afraid of being corroded? She carefully scanned her companions, feeling a bit uneasy. Ling Yunhe led the way seriously. Tian Jiqian looked at the jade plate in his hand from time to time and muttered something. Tian Ken and Yang Qingji frowned. Ling Yunfei lowered his head and walked cautiously. They all looked normal. Fei Fei, are there really spiritual objects around here? She used her divine comprehension to ask Fei Fei, who was hiding inside the spiritual beast bag. After a while, Fei Fei yawned and asked vaguely, "What? Are you sleeping?" Fei Fei yawned again. "Why not? It's so boring inside the spiritual beast bag. It's so dark and I can't do anything except cultivate. Why don't you come in and try?" Mo Tiange was also very curious. Why couldn't humans enter the spiritual beast bag? In essence, there was no difference between spiritual beasts and humans. What's going on? After letting her imagination run wild for a while, she heard Fei Fei's impatient voice. Mo Tiange regained her train of thought and repeated her question. "Are there spiritual objects around here?" Fei Fei was silent for a while. Mo Tiange didn't know whether it was sensing something or not. After a long time, it uttered an "huh" and said, "Strange. There really are spiritual objects in this kind of place." "Are you sure?" Mo Tiange asked. "Yes," Fei Fei said with certainty. "I can feel that there's an amazing aura of spiritual treasures around here, but there should be a guardian demonic beast around it. Generally speaking, in the vicinity of a spiritual connection treasure, there would be a guardian spirit of the same rank." Mo Tiange finally believed Ling Yunhe's words after Fei Fei said that. She thought for a while then asked, "What kind of demonic beast is it? What rank is it?" "I don't know," Fei Fei said. "This demonic beast isn't a spiritual beast. Its aura is the same as the aura here." "The aura here? Could it be the black aura?" This was too strange. The reason why guardian spirits would guard something was because that thing had great benefits for them. For example, eating it might increase their cultivation level and so on. But the fretless fruit was a spiritual object. What benefits would the creature in the black aura swamp get if it ate it? Or was it just a coincidence? After walking patiently for a long time, everyone except the Lingyan also sensed the aura. It was the aura of spiritual treasures, a very rich aura of spiritual treasures. It was only now that Mo Tiange was sure it must be the fretless fruit. Sensing the aura, the six of them suddenly sped up. Sometimes, people were like this. Although they knew that their goal was right in front of them, they would walk weakly when they couldn't feel it. However, when the goal was clearly within their range of perception, their hidden strength would be stimulated. A cyan light began to appear in the dark sky. At first, this cyan light was scattered in the air, but as they moved forward, the light became brighter and brighter. "It's right in front of us." The Lingyan sped up. As they got closer and closer, an astonishing tree gradually appeared in their field of vision. This tree was very tall, at least several hundred feet tall. Its whole body was a strong cyan color, and it carried a strong smell of vitality. It had a sturdy tree trunk that stood perfectly straight, as well as wide leaves that opened and closed, with distinct veins. It stood there quietly, rooted deep in the ground as if it had stood there for thousands of years. At the top of the tree, there was a green fruit, surrounded by leaves, lying quietly at the top of the tree. Fretless fruit. The Lingyan murmured, walking forward involuntarily. Fellow Daoist Ling. Mo Tiange shouted. But before Lingyan could step on the emerald green grass in front of the fretless tree, a black light suddenly sprang up from the swamp next to him and enveloped him. The Lingyan's reaction was fast, and he instantly dodged it. Even so, his body was splashed with a lot of black water. Ah! He let out a short cry and shook his hand. Second brother. Lingyan ran forward and saw that the left side of the Lingyan's body was splashed with black water. His Daoist robe was sizzling and smoking, quickly becoming scorched. Brother Ling. Tian Jiqian immediately touched his Qiankuan bag and sprinkled some medicinal powder on it. The Lingyan took a deep breath. Tian Jiqian's medicinal powder wasn't very effective, but it managed to temporarily stop the black water from corroding his body. Hiss. The thing that attacked Lingyan made a soft sound, and its black eyes stared deeply at the six of them. The thing in front of her was very long, about 30 feet long, and covered in black scales. It looked a bit like a snake, but it had feet, a tail, and a thick body. After pausing for a moment, the thing darted out again like lightning. Young Qingji, who was standing in the front, snorted coldly. He shook his arm, and with a flash of black light, the ghost face banner appeared in his hand. He unfolded the banner, and a mass of devil aura rushed out. The devil aura collided with the huge snake with feet. The huge snake trembled, but it didn't retreat. It still moved forward. Yang Qingji was stunned, but he waved the ghost face banner again. This time, the ghost face suddenly left the banner, opened its mouth, and bit the huge snake. Puff! The huge snake was bitten, but at the same time, the ghost face seemed to be corroded by the black water, and it made a sizzling sound. Humph! Tiancan snorted coldly and rushed forward with his claws. He was a martial cultivator, so he was very agile. Just now, one of his hands was almost corroded by the black water, so he was very angry. Now, he vented his anger on the huge snake. He almost turned into a shadow, jumping around on the huge snake's body, and his claws pierced the snake's body every time. However, the snake's scales were made of unknown materials, and they were extremely hard. Although Tiansan's claws pierced the snake every time, he didn't really hurt it. Looking at the huge snake, Mo Tiange knew it was most likely the guardian spirit Fei Fei talked about, but she felt strange. The guardian spirit's level was usually similar to the spiritual object it guarded. The more precious the spiritual object was, the more powerful the spiritual beast guarding it would be. However, this huge snake couldn't be the guardian spirit of the worryless tree. She couldn't tell how old the worryless tree was, but judging from the spiritual aura it emitted, she knew it could be regarded as a spiritual treasure. Although this huge snake was powerful, its momentum didn't surpass the 7th rank. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ignored it. How could a spiritual treasure with a spiritual treasure only be in the 7th rank? It was absolutely impossible. Chapter 386. Yang Qingji and Tiancan entangled the huge snake. Soon after, Mo Tiange and Ling Yunfei also made their moves. With the four of them working together, the huge snake was soon at a disadvantage. It shook its scales and black water splashed everywhere. The four of them didn't dare to be careless and hastily retreated. The black water was too powerful. It could actually corrode cultivators' bodies. They couldn't find a way to restrain it and could only retreat. The huge snake suffered a loss just now and knew how powerful the four of them were. It stared at them with its black eyes and didn't continue to attack or retreat. The six of them and the snake faced each other. Neither side dared to move recklessly. Suddenly, the huge snake blinked and dashed to the left. On its left was the carefree fruit tree. Careful! Ling Yunhe broke out in a cold sweat and slashed at the huge snake with his jade knife. However, in the next moment, the carefree tree's green branches moved and lashed at the huge snake. The huge snake dodged and dived into the swamp with a plop, disappearing without a trace. After waiting for a while, the huge snake didn't appear. Their divine senses sensed that it dived deeper and deeper until it disappeared. The 6 of them finally heaved sighs of relief. What's that? Ling Yunfei asked while panting, why did it stop us from picking the carefree fruit? Mo Tiange was also confused. Generally speaking, the relationship between a spiritual treasure and its guardian spirit was relatively close. Although the guardian spirit might eat the spiritual treasure, compared to an outsider, the spiritual treasure would choose the guardian spirit that had protected it for many years. However, the actions of the huge snake and the carefree tree were not like that. Under the threat of the 4 of them, the huge snake scuttled toward the carefree tree. It probably wanted to eat the carefree fruit. This was normal. Many guardian spirits would do this when they couldn't protect it anymore. However, the problem was that the carefree tree whipped it and caused it to flee with injuries instead of destroying them. The 6 of them looked at each other. Ling Yunfei asked, what is that thing? I don't know. Ling Yunhe calmed down after being corroded by the black water. He said, it's not a guardian spirit. It seems to be hostile toward the carefree tree. That's not strange. Tian Jichen said, the aura of this swamp isn't spiritual energy. However, a spiritual object like the carefree tree actually grows in the swamp. Logically speaking, these 2 auras should be opposing each other. Therefore, the only plausible explanation is that this giant snake is here to destroy the worryless tree. Yang Qingji looked at the surrounding swamp and then at the carefree tree. He frowned and said, since they are on opposite sides, why is this carefree tree growing in the swamp? No one could answer this question. There were too many mysteries in the cultivation world. Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't know the answer to everything. Don't talk so much, Tian Jichen said. Didn't you say that the carefree fruit can be buried? If we don't pick it now, what if it runs away? His words were like a wake-up call. Ling Yunhe said, Brother Tian is right, let's move quickly. During this period of time, Ling Yunhe had already taken some pills and temporarily stopped his injuries. Now, he took out a silver net from his cosmos sack and walked toward the carefree tree. Aside from him, the other 5 people stared at the net intently. Mo Tiange, Yang Qingji, and Tian Kan stared at Ling Yunhe. They had always heard that the carefree fruit was a spiritual connecting treasure, but they didn't know how it was spiritual connecting. Ling Yunfei and Tian Jichen, on the other hand, stared at the 3 of them nervously to prevent them from suddenly attacking and snatching it. As Ling Yunhe approached, the green carefree fruit on the top of the carefree tree started to sway as if it sensed danger. The whole tree started to tremble. Ling Yunhe became even more cautious. The carefree fruit was like a living thing that could be buried. In other words, it could escape. If they let it run away now, their previous efforts would have been in vain. Everything would have been for naught. The green fruit on the top of the tree shook more and more violently. All of a sudden, it fell off the top and fell. The 5 of them felt their hearts in their throats as they stared intently at the carefree fruit. They almost wanted to rush up to it. At this time, Ling Yunhe moved. Although half of his body was corroded, his agility wasn't affected at all. He spread out the silver net, grabbed one corner of the net with one hand, and threw it out. Dong! The 6 of them heaved sighs of relief. The moment the fretless fruit entered the soil, the silver net separated it from the soil and caught the fretless fruit in it. Ling Yunhe closed his eyes and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He walked forward, picked up the silver net, and put the carefree fruit into his chinquan bag. Thank you for your help. Ling Yunhe turned around, a smile on his face. Everyone, your mission ends here. It can be considered complete. As for the rewards, I will definitely pay them when we return to the Ling family. Humph. I hope fellow Daoist Ling means what you say. Yang Qingji said coldly. In the end, no one went back on their word and came to fight for the fruit, which made Ling Yunhe and the other two very happy. To be honest, whether it was Yang Qingji, Mo Tiange, or Tian Can, as long as one of them made a move, they would be in a difficult situation. Ling Yunhe had just been splashed with the corrosive black water, so it was inconvenient for him to move now. Tian Jiqian and Ling Yunfei weren't able to react quickly enough. Fortunately, no one made a move. They didn't choose the wrong person. Fellow Taoists. Ling Yunhe smiled at Mo Tiange and the other two. Since we've completed our mission, we can leave Carefree Valley now. Do you want to go alone or come with us? Tian Can looked around and said faintly, fellow Daoist Ling, do you think we can still leave alone in this situation? They were in the depths of the swamp, surrounded by strange monsters and corrosive black water. If they left alone, the chances of them being in danger would be greatly increased. Tian Can's tone wasn't very good, but Ling Yunhe wasn't angry. He nodded and said, I didn't think it through. How about we go back first and split up at the exit? Mo Tiange thought about it and nodded. Okay. This was the best way to deal with it. If they split up in the inner valley, it would be very dangerous. However, they didn't trust each other, so they didn't dare to turn their backs on each other when they left. In that case, it would be better for them to split up near the exit and go their own ways. Yang Qingji and Tian Can also said they had no objections. Okay, Ling Yunhe said, let's go back now. After getting the carefree fruit, Ling Yunhe was eager to go back, but Ling Yunfei was still absent-minded. Tian Jiqian followed him silently. Since they had completed their mission, the three of them walked towards the exit lazily. When they came in, they spent a lot of effort, but it was much easier to go out. They didn't need to search deliberately. If there were demonic beasts or obstacles, they could just avoid them. It only took them one day to reach the exit. The fissure emitting filthy air was not far from them. Yang Qingji was the first to stop. Fellow Taoists, let's stop here. Ling Yunhe turned around and asked, fellow Taoist Yang, are you going to say goodbye to us now? Yang Qingji nodded. His face was pale and cold, and his tone was still cold. Fellow Taoist Ling, I'll come to you several days later to get my reward. I hope you'll be ready by then. Ling Yunhe smiled. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Yang. I'll certainly look forward to your arrival. Yang Qingji nodded. He glanced at the others several times as a greeting, then turned around and disappeared among the rocks. After Yang Qingji left, Ling Yunhe looked at Mo Tiange and Tian Can. What about you two? Are you going to leave with us? Mo Tiange glanced at Tian Can and said, it's a bit troublesome to go out alone. Fellow Taoist Ling, you don't mind if I take advantage of you, right? Ling Yunhe was stunned, but he soon smiled. Why would I? It's just a piece of cake. The last one was Tian Can. He lowered his gaze to look at his hand corroded by the black water and said faintly, since fellow Taoist Qin said so. You three don't mind if I join you, right? Ling Yunfei and Tian Jiqian were a bit stunned. They both looked at Ling Yunhe at the same time. Ling Yunhe was also a bit surprised. He thought Tian Can would choose to leave like Yang Qingji. After all, Tian Can didn't seem too close to them on their way here. But he quickly reacted and nodded with a smile. Of course I don't mind. That being the case, let's go. The group of 6, except Yang Qingji, continued to walk towards the entrance of the valley. Standing in front of the crack, Ling Yunhe released his spiritual beast, the vulture. This vulture was injured in the swamp, so it was now a bit dispirited. Ling Yunhe felt a bit sorry for it, so he fed it a medicinal pill and said, "Little Black, you're tired. When we go back, I'll definitely hunt a lot of demonic beasts for you to eat." The vulture raised its head and let out an unpleasant cry. Then it flew up and hovered above their heads. The aura of death slowly spread out from its body and surrounded the 5 people. Surrounded by this aura of death, the 5 people left the valley entrance. They landed on an open space in the valley, and the aura of death on its body slowly dispersed. Little Black let out a weak cry and landed on Ling Yunhe's shoulder tiredly. Ling Yunhe had stroked its head with a heartache and was about to put it into his spiritual beast bag. Right at this moment, a white light flashed behind him. A ray of spiritual aura cut towards Ling Yunhe with incredible speed. Ling Yunhe's back tensed up, and he fell backward, dodging this ray of spiritual aura. He turned his head, wanting to see who was so brainless as to choose this moment to attack. Was it that Qin Wei or Tian Can? But when he turned his head, he saw Ling Yunfei dancing beside him with 2 flying swords. The sword light shone brightly and pointed at him again. At the same time, Tian Jiqian shouted and pointed with his spiritual aura. The jade plate began to spin rapidly. While he was shocked, he was also gratified. But in the next moment, his gratification disappeared without a trace, leaving only double the shock. Tian Jiqian's jade plate stopped, and he felt the spiritual aura around him stagnate. He was enveloped by the spirit trapping formation. You! His face lost all color. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, he trembled, almost like an old man unable to speak. You, why? Ling Yunfei's face, which had always been not calm, revealed a sharp expression as he stared at him. Tian Jiqian, on the other hand, lowered his eyes and stood expressionlessly in front of him. Chapter 387. Why? Ling Yunhe seemed to have lost all his strength. He didn't even summon his treasure. He stared blankly at the 2 people in front of him. Yunfei, brother Tian, why, second brother, didn't you say it before? Ling Yunfei stared at him. His gaze was steady and unwavering. In the face of profit, the feelings of fellow disciples and brothers are insignificant. Even if I'm not willing, I have no choice. Ling Yunhe stared at him without blinking. He said softly, "Then, are you willing?" Ling Yunfei's silence answered him. Ling Yunhe sighed deeply. He hadn't been happy these days. But today, he felt despair for the first time. Brother Tian, what about you? The conflict of our Juyan sect has nothing to do with you, right? Yes, it has nothing to do with me. Tian Jiqian still didn't raise his head. He lowered his gaze and looked at the jade plate in his hand. His voice was indifferent. But Yunfei gave me reasonable conditions. Conditions? Ling Yunhe muttered. He looked at Tian Jiqian and then at Ling Yunfei. He revealed an expression that looked like he was crying and laughing. What conditions? After a long silence, Tian Jiqian took a deep breath. He raised his head and looked at Ling Yunhe calmly. You don't need to know what the conditions are. You only need to know that Yunfei is more generous than you are. Ling Yunhe gritted his teeth and continued to ask, I'm not generous to you. We've known each other for 100 years. When have I ever mistreated you? Tian Jiqian sighed. He looked at him with a mixture of pity and sympathy. Ling Yunhe, you've always thought that you were very successful, right? You have talent, background, the respect and training of your elders, and the love and admiration of your peers. Unfortunately, you never knew how much of a failure you are. I really don't know, Ling Yunhe murmured. I really don't know how I've wronged you for you to treat me like this. Ha! Tian Jiqian revealed a mocking smile. That's right. You've always treated me as your closest friend. But you're always used to ignoring those close to you. Just this time, how many treasures did you use to invite these people? What about me? It's just one sentence. You always let the people closest to you do this and that for you, but you never thought of giving us anything in return. You are generous and trustworthy to others, but what about us? I have never known how to give but to take. Ling Yunhe stared blankly at the person in front of him, the person who was once his closest and most reliable friend, the person who was willing to leave his back to him without any hesitation, the person whom he relied on when he was in danger of life and death. Suddenly, he felt that he didn't know this person at all. Yunfei, what about you? Do you think so too? He looked at Ling Yunfei and asked. Faced with this question, Ling Yunfei finally didn't dare to look straight at him. He lowered his gaze and said. We are all from the side branches of the Ling family. From the moment our spiritual roots were tested, we grew up together. Second brother, your spiritual roots are better than mine, your perception is higher than mine, and your cultivation speed is always faster than mine. As for me, my aptitude can only be considered not bad, and my perception is much worse than yours. It's been so many years. If it weren't for you, perhaps I would still be in the foundation building stage, and I wouldn't have been able to advance to the core formation stage before the age of 200. If that's the case, why do you treat me like this? Ling Yunhe stared at him. Is what I've given you not enough? It's not little. Ling Yunfei raised his head and smiled, but there was no smile in his eyes. But, second brother, I don't want to always follow behind you, waiting for you to give. Ling Yunhe stared at Ling Yunfei. He didn't even blink and didn't say anything. Ling Yunfei sighed softly and continued to say, Second brother, you've indeed treated me very well, but you have never put me on the same level as you. For almost 200 years, you've always treated me as the little six who followed behind you with snot dripping from his nose, calling me second brother. You didn't tell me anything. You didn't tell me when the price of the house fell, making me be kept in the dark like an outsider. You didn't tell me when you planned to come to Carefree Valley. If it wasn't for my strong request, you wouldn't have brought me here. You had the soul restraining bead and the medallion of repayment, but I didn't know anything. Am I really your most trusted brother? You have so many secrets, but you've never told me. You've made so many decisions, but you've never asked for my opinion. At this point, Ling Yunfei laughed bitterly and looked away. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution. It's been almost 200 years. I don't want to be the little six who followed behind you with snot dripping from his nose, calling me second brother. Ling Yunhe closed his eyes. He only opened them when the corners of his eyes were no longer wet. He said calmly, I've told you before that in the Julian sect, in the Ling family, it's a kind of happiness to be able to simply cultivate. Since you've hidden your strength and bided your time for so many years, don't you understand this principle? That's your way of thinking, Ling Yunfei said coldly. Second brother, have you realized that you've made another mistake? You've always imposed your own way of thinking on others, but you've never thought that other people's way of thinking is different from yours. You're an influential person, you're favored by the heavens. That's why you can confidently say that you don't want anything, that you only want the happiness of simply cultivating. But have you ever thought that the reason you can be so sad and beautiful is because you have everything? His voice grew louder, and the muscles on his face twitched. He tried to balance his breathing before he continued to speak calmly. You didn't ask me if I wanted it, but you decided for me what to give me. This is what you think is good for me, Ling Yunfei smiled coldly. What, you have nothing to say, second brother. After a while, Ling Yunhe said softly, I really have nothing to say. Yunfei, you're indeed no longer the little six who followed behind me with snot dripping from his nose and called me second brother. It turns out that I've never known you before. I have nothing to say. All right, then you, however, Ling Yunhe raised his voice and looked coldly at Ling Yunfei. I want to know, what benefits does killing me bring you? For you to painstakingly plan and spend so much effort to rope in Tianji Qian, there must be great benefits, right? Ling Yunfei smiled softly and said coldly, you don't need to know this. Clang! The longer sword of the dual flying sword made a clear sound, flashed a snow-like light, and stabbed towards Ling Yunhe. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Ling Yunfei's sword was blocked by a spiritual aura. Ling Yunfei's expression changed greatly when he saw the person who attacked. You, Mo Tiange waved her hand and withdrew her heaven and earth fan. She smiled slightly. Fellow Daoist Yunfei, you're too impatient. How could you forget there are outsiders here? Ling Yunfei stared at Mo Tiange and Tian Can with a stern expression on his face. Fortunately, Tian Jiqin pulled him back at that moment, so his expression softened and he said calmly, Fellow Daoist Qin, this is my Ling clan's matter. I hope you won't interfere. Mo Tiange said faintly, I don't feel like getting involved in other people's business, but I have no choice but to get involved in this matter. Upon seeing Ling Yunfei's furious expression, she laughed. Fellow Daoist Yunfei, have you forgotten? I came here because I made a deal with fellow Daoist Ling, and I haven't received the balance of the payment yet. How could I let fellow Daoist Yunfei kill my debtor? By the time she finished speaking, Ling Yunfei's expression had become stunned. He was stunned for a moment then said, Fellow Daoist Qin, you've already taken the repaying kindness medallion. What else do you want? If you want something, just take the repaying kindness medallion to Juyin sect. Someone will take care of it for you. Mo Tiange's expression didn't change. She still said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Yunfei, what fellow Daoist Ling promised me is a big secret. I don't want to tell another person about it. Ling Yunfei was speechless for a long time. Yunfei, she just wants to help Ling Yunhe. She's just looking for an excuse. Don't be led by her, Tian Jiqin reminded him seriously. Mo Tiange just waved the heaven and earth fan in her hand and smiled without saying anything. She neither confirmed nor denied it. Upon seeing her behavior, Ling Yunfei's expression darkened. Fellow Daoist Qin, you have to think it over. Do you really want to fight with us? Mo Tiange sighed. If fellow Daoist Yunfei doesn't kill my debtor, I also don't want to meddle in an outsider's business. Ling Yunfei clenched his teeth and swallowed his anger. He then looked at Tian Can, who was standing to the side with his arms crossed as if he was watching a show. Fellow Daoist Tian Can, what about you? I can guarantee you that as long as you don't attack me, I'll fulfill what Ling Yunhe promised. I'll even compensate him. Tian Can lifted his bamboo hat, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he said, Fellow Daoist Yunfei, how can I believe you'll fulfill your promise? I can't do anything if you don't want to admit it later. Ling Yunfei's gaze darkened. I killed Ling Yunhe tonight, and both of you are witnesses. Isn't that enough? Hee hee. Tian Can chuckled softly. His tone was frivolous. What kind of leverage is this? You killed Ling Yunhe. Will it affect you if word of this spreads? You dared to kill your beloved brother, which means you have enough benefits. Besides, you've also found a strong backer. At that time, even if the whole world knows you killed Ling Yunhe, what can they do? Some people even say Ling Yunhe plotted against the young master of Ling clan, who was also competing for the position of sect head. Wasn't he living well before? Once again, Ling Yunfei was speechless. Tian Jiqian looked at his expression and frowned. He then cupped his hands towards the two of them and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, please don't joke around anymore. What benefits do you get from meddling in this matter? On the contrary, if you promise not to meddle, then after we kill Ling Yunhe, the four of us will divide his belongings equally. What do you think?" This. Ling Yunfei was about to say something, but he was immediately stopped by Tian Jiqian's gaze. Tian Jiqian looked at them with a smile, waiting for their answer. Mo Tiange tapped the heaven and earth fan lightly. She didn't say anything for a long time, as if she was thinking. As for Tian Can, he raised his bamboo hat as if he didn't hear anything. He lowered his head and continued to watch the show with his arms crossed. He even changed his center of gravity to stand more comfortably. Divide equally. Mo Tiange turned to Tian Can and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Tian Can, how about we join hands to kill them and then kill Ling Yunhe who can't fight back? Then we'll divide everything equally. What do you think?" Tian Can seemed to think for a while, then nodded. "Fellow Taoist Qin, that's a good idea. In this way, not only will there be 2 fewer people to divide the spoils, but we'll also have 2 more. You." Ling Yunfei couldn't help but sneer at them. "Do you really think you can defeat us if you join hands?" Tian Can sighed and looked at Ling Yunfei sympathetically. "Fellow Taoist Tian Jiqian, of course I know you hid your real strength, but are you really sure you and this person?" He raised his chin at Tian Jiqian with a contemptuous look in his eyes, "can defeat us?" Chapter 388. Ling Yunfei stared coldly at Mo Tiange and Tian Can. With a shake of his sleeves, the 2 flying swords revolving around him emitted a clear cry at the same time. Dazzling sword lights flashed and swift and fierce sword aura soared into the sky. This was definitely not the momentum of a cultivator who had just formed his gold core. Even middle-stage core formation cultivators couldn't achieve this. Watching this scene, Ling Yunhe sighed faintly. "Sure enough, you hid your strength. Second brother, it's been 30 years since I formed my gold core." Ling Yunfei looked at Ling Yunhe coldly. "I'm not as talented as you, but 30 years is enough for me to refine a superior magic weapon. No wonder you haven't asked me a single question ever since you started refining your natal magic treasure." Ling Yunhe smiled bitterly. 30 years. He had been preparing for this day since 30 years ago. TSK. Seeing Ling Yunfei's sword, Tian Can showed a mocking look. "This sword is not bad. Unfortunately, you're not good enough." "What did you say?" Ling Yunfei flew into a rage and glared at Tian Can fiercely. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the long flying sword. With a light wave, the short sword pointed at Tian Can, "Fellow Taoist Tian." Mo Tiange looked at Tian Jiqian and asked with a smile, "You've been discussing formations with me all this way because you want to find a way to deal with my natal magic weapon, right?" "Hee, I really don't want to be enemies with fellow Taoist Qin." Tian Jiqian sighed as if it was a pity. He looked at Mo Tiange appreciatively and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin's talent in formations is really amazing. If you join our 5 Elements Valley, you'll definitely shine. Would fellow Taoist Qin be interested?" Mo Tiange tapped the heaven and earth fan in her hand while shaking her head and sighing like him. "Fellow Taoist Tian, you're not sincere enough to invite me like this." Tian Jiqian raised his eyebrows. He could see that although Qin Wei came from the outer endless sea, her identity shouldn't be ordinary. Her clan or sect might not be worse than the 5 Elements Valley. Therefore, he just said it casually to show his goodwill. However, her reaction and answer obviously showed that she wasn't going to respond with the same goodwill. He looked at Mo Tiange for a long time and said, fellow Daoist Qin, I really don't understand why you and fellow Daoist Tian can want to get involved in this matter. This won't do you any good, right? This was something he couldn't figure out. They had thought that as long as they picked the fretless fruit, the other three would leave. At that time, it would be easy for them to plot against Ling Yunhe. They had not expected that the two of them would choose to leave the valley together. At most, they would have two more people in the know when they made their move. However, they did not expect that when they attacked Ling Yunhe, the two of them would come to their rescue. What good would it do them? They had already confirmed that the two of them didn't know Ling Yunhe, and that it was just a transaction. Ordinary cultivators would just stand by and watch when they encountered such a situation, right? As long as it didn't affect one's own interests, it wasn't wise to get involved in other people's grudges. Anyway, Ling Yunfei had already promised to fulfill his promise on behalf of Ling Yunhe. Could it really be like what Qin Wei said, that they wanted to kill everyone and then divide the spoils? Thinking of this, Tian Jiqin cautiously took a step back and prepared to set up a formation at any time. Both Mo Tiange and Tian Kan saw this. They smiled at each other and each took a step forward. Fellow Taoists, Mo Tiange said, I think we don't need to talk about the reason anymore. We really don't have anything in common between us. So, fellow Taoists, are you going to make your move? Tian Jiqin stared at the two of them with sharp eyes. You have to ask fellow Daoist Yunfei. Tian Kan once again wrapped the wounds corroded by the black water. He looked up at Ling Yunfei and said leisurely, fellow Daoist Yunfei, Qin Wei and I are both in the middle stage of the core formation realm. You're only in the early stage of the core formation realm, and fellow Daoist Tian is a formation master. Do you really think you can kill us? Humph. Ling Yunfei said coldly, fellow Daoist Tian Kan, aren't you looking down on us too much? It's true that brother Tian is a formation master, but he's a formation master who can set up an invisible formation. As for me, since I've reached the core formation realm, fights of magical powers don't only depend on cultivation levels. Your cultivation levels are indeed higher than mine, but the power of my pair of inseparable swords isn't necessarily weaker than your natal magic weapons. Fellow Daoist Yunfei, you're ambitious. Mo Tiange clapped her hands softly while holding the heaven and earth fan. She looked at Ling Yunfei with a faint smile and said, but we still don't know whether I'm boasting or not. You. Ling Yunfei was annoyed again. How could he not be annoyed? Although the tone of these two people was very calm, they always seemed to be mocking him. They were lazy and seemed to not take him seriously at all. He had been despised by others for 200 years. Now that he tore off his disguise, he was still being looked at like that. How could he endure it? He couldn't help but raise his hand, Yunfei. Tian Jiqin only had time to call out before he saw the short sword of his pair of flying swords piercing towards Mo Tiange with a whistling sound. He didn't have much time to think. He turned the jade plate, about to cast the spirit-trapping formation. Mo Tiange raised her eyebrows, turned her wrist, and opened the heaven and earth fan. With a crane cry, a red-crowned crane flew out and blocked Ling Yunfei's flying sword. Then she turned her eyes. Just as she was about to continue, she heard Tian Kan shout and jump out. Fellow Daoist Qin, you can't do everything. I still want to share the booty. At this time, Tian Jiqin pointed with his spiritual aura. The jade plate froze, and the spirit-trapping formation was successfully cast. Mo Tiange smiled slightly. The moment before the spirit-trapping formation was cast, she untied the spiritual beast bag. Xiaofan, go. Xiaofan, who was brought out to fight by her for the first time, blinked its eyes and spat out a bubble. Master, do you want to eat them? Mo Tiange pointed with the fan. Eat these too if you can, but don't complain that they're not tasty after eating them. I know. Xiaofan swung its tail cheerfully, opened its mouth wide, and pounced on Ling Yunfei and Tian Jiqian. Tian Jiqian's expression changed when he heard the conversation between the human and the beast, and when he saw the shining blue scales all over Xiaofan's body, as well as its momentum. A talking spiritual beast. A spiritual beast that could talk meant it had intelligence similar to that of a human. Once it had intelligence, the power of a spiritual beast would be greatly increased. How comfortable it would be to have such a spiritual beast as a companion. How could Qin Wei have such good luck? Tian Jiqian couldn't help but be greedy. He really needed such a spiritual beast. If he had a spiritual beast with intelligence, he wouldn't need to attach himself to other cultivators, and he wouldn't need to put up with those annoying people. Just because he was a formation master and didn't have the ability to fight alone, he could only stand behind Ling Yunhe for so many years, and now he could only listen to Ling Yunfei, whose cultivation level was lower than his. If he had such a spiritual beast, everything would be different. He wouldn't need to submit to others, and he wouldn't need to put up with others' ugly faces. Thinking of this, he glanced at Ling Yunfei, showing a fleeting expression of disgust. When he looked at Xiaofan again, he immediately became excited. With the lifespan of a spiritual beast, this spiritual beast in Qin Wei must only have a subordinate contract, not a master. In this case, as long as he restrained this spiritual beast and killed Qin Wei, he could, watching Tian Can and Xiaofan fighting with Ling Yunfei and Tian Jiqian, Mo Tiange sat down comfortably in the spirit-trapping formation Tian Jiqian laid and watched the show leisurely. As she watched, Mo Tiange's expression became more and more surprised. She didn't expect Tian Can's strength to be so strong. He obviously cultivated a very advanced body-refining technique. The aura around his body was very domineering, and he always chose to fight head-on with Ling Yunfei. His moves were ruthless, and he didn't care about his life. Although Ling Yunfei's magic weapon was strong, he was forced to retreat again and again. In the end, he was even more restrained. Tian Jiqian's attention was completely focused on Xiaofan. He didn't want to hurt Xiaofan, so he could only use some trapping formations. However, Xiaofan's strength was also extraordinary. It lived in the East Sea and had always been aggressive in fights between demonic beasts. For a moment, Tian Jiqian was flustered. Without Tian Jiqian's support, Ling Yunfei was in a difficult situation under Tian Can's attacks and was soon at a disadvantage. The more they fought, the more shocked Ling Yunfei became. He originally thought that although he was only in the early stage of the core formation realm, his real strength wasn't weaker than that of a cultivator in the middle stage of the core formation realm. It wasn't until now that he realized how powerful Tian Can was. No wonder Ling Yunhe invited him. "Brother Tian!" Ling Yunfei shouted. At this moment, he could only count on Tian Jiqian for help. Tian Jiqian glanced at him and his expression changed greatly. He said angrily, "Didn't you say you could defeat one person? Why can't you defeat him at the last moment?" Ling Yunfei was a little angry when he heard this. However, he knew this wasn't the time to fall out with Tian Jiqian, so he swallowed his anger and said, "Brother Tian, this person's strength is beyond our expectations." Even though Tian Jiqian was annoyed, he knew that if Ling Yunfei were to lose, he wouldn't be able to reap any benefits, let alone obtain the talking spiritual beast. Therefore, he quickly suppressed his anger and looked at Ling Yunfei, ready to support him. After careful observation, Tian Jiqian was shocked. Ling Yunfei's dual flying swords were completely suppressed. No matter how he attacked, as long as he didn't hit his vital parts, he couldn't hurt him at all. Therefore, Tian Can chose to ignore him. However, Ling Yunfei couldn't block his attacks and could only dodge. This Tian Can was actually so powerful. Tian Jichin couldn't help but look at Imo Tiange, who was watching the show leisurely. A martial cultivator who could completely suppress Ling Yunfei and Qin Wei, who had several fifth-rank spiritual beasts. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he choose to attack now? Ling Yunfei was anxious, but Tian Jichin wasn't. Even if the five of them traveled together until they reached the Ling clan's residence, he would only lose some valuables at most. But now, if he couldn't kill these two people, his life would be in danger. Thinking up to this point, Tian Jichin glared at Ling Yunfei fiercely. At the end of the day, this brat was too impatient and his strength wasn't up to par. He couldn't even subdue a Tian Can, yet he wanted to replace Ling Yunhe. He's reckless and sloppy. He's far worse than Ling Yunhe. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.